Can you see my breath this morning? It's there. It's there. Whew. That's a cold one. My fault. My bad. Well, kind of, sort of. We ran out of propane, had to load it up, and that really caused the trailer to take a while to warm up this morning. Welcome, though. Thank you for coming. Let me go check YouTube. Everything's just a little bit chilly today. Go. And let me double check on Rumble, because we're live on Rumble too. And there you are. And I got the thumbs up from my audio engineer, Padge. Said audio's good today. That's awesome. I want to keep it that way. Thank you, audio engineer. He takes a job seriously. Good morning, everybody. It is a chilly one. We were minus 28, so maybe Railroad is back at minus 31 again. And but it's a good day, right? Last day, Friday. So we got a weekend coming up. We got the yacht club, Yellowhead Yacht Club tonight, and we also have the big question, the last question that we're waiting for: thresholds, powers, and accountabilities under the Emergencies Act. So this should be all right, huh? Whew, it's really chilly, folks. That's why you can see my breath. My coffee is warm. I don't know if Clay's here yet to enjoy it with me. But, oh, yeah, it's chilling off, too. Good morning, Terry. Good morning from Barrie today, not Beaton. Nice. I am spending a day with 3-month-old granddaughter, Athena. Nice. What a wonderful world. That's exactly right. It is a wonderful world. You enjoy that time, Terry. Teach you some politics at 3 months. Get started. Let her know how happy you are with Canada and how happy you are with the future. Oh, great thing to show her today. Thank you, Terry. Azario's in a good mood. We're smiling. It's Friday. We have like a half day, it looks like. We'll go along with the ride, whatever it is. Great interview with incredible journalist Whitney Webb. Viva Fry is one, if one is interested in her book, One Nation Under Blackmail. Ooh, nice title. Tracing the intelligence agencies from World War II up till Epstein and Maxwell. That's an interesting one. Yeah, I like Viva. I'll go check out Viva. Caught up finally on that movie, the Sudden movie. Very sad, very shocking, and wow. Okay. Critique, right? We can have critiques. They used the clip from the POEC with Gabriel. Gabriel's fine. But they certainly showed it, during a series where it implies these people were not fine. So critique there. We know one of those clips intimately well. We know what happened. We saw it live. So that's a critique. Although subject matter was incredible. What they were looking at is incredible. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. But keep a critical mind, right? All information we critique a bit. And that certainly would be mine. Azaria, what's Andy Lee up to here? Let's go take a look. Andy's one of our friends. We like to spend time with her. Let's see what she's up to. Security advisor. So, Mazario, I'm going to go ahead and just play this blindly because you recommended it. You linked it. So if that was your intent, I'm about to do it. Because it's a video. Andy Lee. There we go. Let's go ahead and full screen this.
Did you see this document? You've never looked at it.
I've looked at it since, but I did not see it before.
Okay. Okay. When did you take a look at it for the first time?
During the inquiry.
À savoir?
That means when?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Donc, il y a 2 semaines.
So 2 weeks ago is the first time you saw this plan?
Yes.
Vous avez noté que...
Did you note that it was prepared on February 12th, 2022?
Yeah. So I'd like to note that there is no expectation that I would see a tactical police plan in my job.
Okay.
For one, that started to be prepared on about the 12th of February. It was not completed until the 17th of February.
Okay. Mais il était...
Okay, but was signed on the 12th by all the parties.
Yes, but it was not a complete plan
OK,
with
mais comment vous pouvez
resources.
dire que c'est pas un plan?
How can you say it's not a complete plan? You saw it 2 weeks ago.
Vous,
How can you say you saw it 2 weeks ago? You had never seen this plan ahead of time, and you testified to say that it wasn't a complete plan. How can you say that?
Because it was not a complete plan with resources and an understanding of how it would be used. The complete plan was ready on the 17th of
OK, vous
February.
avez témoigné
Okay, you testified to the effect that on February 13th you provided
the factual situation au cabinet.
a full picture of the factual situation to cabinet. How can you say that you provided a full picture of the factual situation when there's a plan prepared by police services
C'est même pas
you didn't even know the existence of which?
So I provided the information that I was given by all the agencies involved. They all were at the table when I provided that information. That plan was not complete.
Avez-vous remarqué?
Have you noticed that they don't mention you in the plan?
I'm not a part of the policing infrastructure.
OK, avez-vous
Have you noticed that they're referring to none of your organizations? They don't even refer to the public safety minister nor to the prime minister?
Right, because it's a policing tactical plan. We're not
Okay.
part of the
Alors,
policing
est-ce que c'est
infrastructure.
possible que
Is it possible that the plan might have been operational, functional, did not require you?
I'm not sure what you're.
Okay, wow. Okay, very good question in there. That's the stuff I love to see. Thank you, Rosario. Logical, intelligent, and she can't answer it. How can you say you had a complete picture if you didn't see this plan? This plan didn't require you. That's excellent questioning there. The plan didn't require any federal anybody. They were ready to go with that. What happened was they ignored it. She absolutely saw it because she keeps saying it was incomplete. His question about how would you know if it's incomplete if you just saw it 2 weeks ago stumbled her. So it's a lie. It's a lie. She saw the plan on the 13th or 12th, called it incomplete, decided not to include it. That's what happened. Now she's lying. She lied there. She lied on the stand at the POEC. She could be the scapegoat. Because if she's the one that stopped it, Jody stopped it, and she should have passed it on or whatever, there's your scapegoat. Trudeau can just say, hey, I didn't even know. Although he testified differently. He said he did know. Okay. He's also in hot water as well. But thank you, Rosario. That's great video. That's great questioning. I really like that. I have very little to say. He brought up about 5 or 6 good points and showed at least 1 or 2 impeachments there. So if this is what we get to look forward to with the next batch of video that we're going to be going through, then this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Comparing that with the POEC, we've seen her before. We can go back to her testimony. This is going to be good. Thank you very much, Rosario. That was a good find. And, of course, on our Discord, go ahead and throw that on there, bud. Oh, yeah. So the first 2 people this morning was Rosario and Terry. And looking forward to playing some poker with you guys next weekend. Not tomorrow, but the week after that. So that should be fun. And honk the like button, subscribe, and share with your friends. Thank you all very much. We definitely have a consistent group that keeps coming back, and I love that. We can also share some more. And as you're finding these videos, even in replays, go ahead and share and give them some likes. It all helps. And to let everybody know, I'm going to be taking a little bit of time over December as well, because now that this is kind of done, I'm going to catch up with all the videos. So all the witness videos, all the commentary videos, start chopping them up into different segments and releasing them. So we'll get working on that. And also got a little bit of news. I had to cancel on Kanye. His behavior the last couple of days haven't been working out, so he won't be here today. Apologize to all those that got up early, but no yay today, okay? We'll have to just have Jay. No yay, just Jay. But wow, right? We really don't want to make fun of him. He's certainly going through something there. But that's quite the situation. I need some redemption on poker. Maybe. It was fun, though. Hey, Terry, look at you with your links now. Interview. Thank you. Viva Fry. All right, everybody, you can bookmark that on Rumble. Viva's everywhere. You can find that. But yeah, I'll be checking that out, Terry. Thank you so much, bud. Ready to poker. Let's do that, Terry. Good morning, Prairie. We got the flower, we got some peace, and we got some love. Thank you, Prairie. Good morning. And there you go. You got your message. Good morning, Jason. And it is cold. It's starting to warm up. No, you can still see it though. It's starting to warm up. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Denise. Nice to see you. And Prairie's wondering, how are we heating? Well, the studio is just a trailer on its own. It's got propane and we use some electric because we generate electric, so we use electric. But this morning the tank decided to run out and I had to change it, and now we're a little bit behind on the heating, but that's good. The main trailer, Prairie, as you recall, we put it inside of a shelter, and inside the shelter we have what we call our bubble envelope around our trailer, and inside of that is a wood stove, so we keep our well and our water lines and that part of the trailer above zero using the wood stove out there, and that also keeps part of the trailer, you know, warmer. And then inside it's electric and propane. So yeah, we're all set up with that. Works well. We're down to minus 30 and we're still fine inside the trailer. Everything's fine. We do have to work on a couple water lines. When it gets to minus 20, it needs extra heat. And good morning. Look at all that love in our chat. There you go, Prairie. And there's the explanation there in text format. Denise, yeah, so it looks like Terry's up in Barrie. Terry's up in Barrie. Maybe you got that apple pie you can share with him. I know that Denise offered me an apple pie if I showed up there, so share it with Terry. Real good setup. It works for us, Prairie. Yeah, we do need the generator because the days are shorter. We capture as much sun as we can during the day, but the days are shorter, so we do need a generator from time to time. Good morning, team. And look at this, Phil. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. And here's Ellen. Good morning, Ellen. Nice to see you. It should be an interesting day. Did they reach the limit? What do they call a threshold? Do they want to broaden? Do they want to narrow? What do they want to do with this stuff now? But good to see you. You are not making a very good case for living in Alberta right now. We still love it, though. Okay? We still love it. And it's just a little bit of planning. You know, do a little bit of planning. You can do your thing. But hey, keeps us private. You know, we don't have a ton of neighbors. Everybody loves it out here. So Ellen, and then I'll show you the beautiful days. And also we have beautiful skies right now, even at nighttime. It's just stars everywhere. So look, a little bit of chill. That's fine with me. My cousins who live in Alberta call Alberta the real Canada. Canada, coast to coast, is the real Canada, but hardy Canadians here, hard workers. That's tough to say because we have that all across Canada. But Alberta does have something. It does have something, okay? I've lived in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario. I was even in Nova Scotia for a while. It's beautiful, okay? Canada's beautiful. The people are beautiful. Everywhere. Like, I can't even think of one spot I wouldn't go back to. But I call Alberta home. I love it, and my kids are going to grow up here. And thanks, Denise. And of course, she's an angel. Of course. 3 months. So lucky. Enjoy. Looking into building a mass rocket heater. No chimney fire as of the... Okay, cool. And they use a quarter of the wood. Do it. Let me know how that goes. We still have to build our house next year. So maybe, you know, wood. Not use some of that. Let us know how it goes, Prairie. I could still be available at lunch if you still want me to join. My granddaughter sleeps. Yeah, what we can do, Terry, is after this, if it does do what we think it does, and this is the last panel, yeah, we'll jump on and, or if you want, you can save it for Yellowhead Yacht Club. You know, we can maybe do that. It's up to you, Terry. Just let me know in the chat. For now, okay, cool. Terry says, yep, for now, Prairie, but I'm great grandparent and can, a grandparent and can give her back to my daughter anytime. LOL. Enjoy her. Hey, Dave, welcome, buddy. Oh, what a web they weave. Good morning, man. You ready for this last day of panel? Are we going to have a balanced panel? We'll find out. The whole hearing was insane last night. Great. I'm going to look forward to that. Okay, I'm going to catch up on that one. And that's session 20 or meeting 20, Ellen. MP Green is off his rocker. Which way? Kool-Aid or not? It's about time to start nailing these bureaucrats to the wall. Listen to the disdain in her voice, as if she believes in how dare you question me and how dare you not trust me. Yeah, and that was basically her attitude at the POEC as well. Now imagine this under a different leadership, the House, okay, and with some independent who has no party politics and party mission. They're just there for the truth. Imagine how much more this could actually be uncomfortable and get to the bottom of things. So the 44th, if you're loving this, the 45th should make you very happy, okay? Because you're not dealing with the government in power while you're in power. You'll be dealing with the next one. So I say we can keep going with this, and there will also be inquiries about the results of these ones to catch people and lay charges. So this is great. And yeah, those kind of attitudes come up pretty easy, Terry, and they don't work. They're not very good for defense. Good stuff. Good morning, Roxanne. Welcome. Welcome. Glad to see you. Facebook held up just fine yesterday. The day before, it was not working well. That was on Facebook side. But we're good all day yesterday. We seem to be fine right now. And enjoy. And this one should be less than 8 hours, so you should be able to see the whole thing on Facebook. Did you want me to take you out for lunch? Aw. Or are you going to be online at lunchtime? Look, if you guys can get together for lunch, do that, Terry. And then you can tell me all about it at the yacht club. And Denise, come on as well. If you guys can go and have lunch, do that. That's far more important and interesting to me. And then you can tell me all about it. Yes, Terry, she's showing disdain for everyday Canadians. Yeah, and this is why I don't like her. This is why I think there should be some sort of committee hearing before these people get those positions and vetted and stuff like that. Because she seems like she was put in place, in my opinion, to provide whatever the PM wanted. As simple as that, like a mother figure, basically taking care of him. In my opinion, that's what it felt like in a testimony, and it seems like what she has been doing. And she's also willing to take the fall for him. So probably the perfect person to put in that position. This is why we should be talking to them before they get into those positions. They have too much power unchecked. No ye, just G. yeah. Sorry, Ellen. I know we were all waiting for his big announcements, but I think he did that on Alex Jones, so we'll leave it there. But oh boy, I hope he gets some help. And you know, there's a way to make your message and a way to speak about certain things. And if you're going to be provocative, there is going to be a fallout for many. This, you know, that is our world. People are allowed to be offended, so they are. What are you gonna? Can't say anything. You can't tell people not to be offended. So you know, this is the world we live in. So yay! I hope he gets onto a track that gives different types of attention to him going forward. I haven't paid any attention to whoever he is this week. Maybe I'll check it out. Prairie, that's about it. He seems to be doing something. Okay. Whether it's artist related or mental related or whatever, I'm an outsider. I have no idea. But it certainly isn't the path I would be taking. And I think it's very bad attention. So I hope he gets better. Can that parliamentary inquiry do anything? Sure, Dave. Yeah. You lie there and you get in trouble. Perjury. Sure, Dave. Will they is the question. Okay. Will they? 45th might be able to have more teeth and bark and bite. But we'll certainly watch, Dave. There's some great stuff coming out. Waiting for Jason to see if he wants me to join, Denise. Terry, go with Denise first. Denise is a priority. I'm always here, freezing my butt off. I can wait for you here. But go with Denise and then tell me the story. Let me know how it goes. But thanks for the invite. I got the babe all day through my daughter and catch up with some much needed sleep. Ward, good morning, Ward. What do you think of this Convoy 2.0 thing? Why the MSN all over it? For starters, Ward, I don't know why they keep calling it Convoy 2.0. It should be Bear Hug 3.0. Canada Unity. I'm not aware of original convoys. Maybe Barber. I don't know. But not Freedom Corp. So I don't know where the Convoy 2.0, and if the mainstream media is all over it, there's your suspicion covered right there. Maybe they're pushing it. Maybe they're pushing it to ring the bell of the commissioner as he's making his decision for the next little bit. Maybe they want him to be afraid that if he doesn't come with something harder, then 2.0 is going to happen. Okay. What I do know is that, you know, the people in the know that would know if there was one says no. Okay, so that's what I think about that. I don't know. I don't know if it's official anything or if it's just a narrative being pushed in order to influence the commissioner through media of, hey, if you don't take a heavy hand here, they're ready to come right now, when they're not. Okay? So I would be cautious and careful with that. The only thing I've really seen was Chris, I can't remember his name, from Canada United, not Barber, talking about Bear Hug 3 arriving in the 17th of February. So just keep us posted if you have some more information. Let's look at it. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't like the idea that the mainstream media is doing anything. So if they are, that's probably where this rumor is being pushed. Because as far as I know, there isn't an official Convoy 2.0 of anything. Bear Hug 3.0, yes. If you guys can have a coffee, take a picture, show us your lunch, put it on Discord. It's a lot of fun, guys. Got some good news last night. Good. Some unapologetic promotion here. Go on. Me and my director, producer, partners had the latest action drama feature film was mentioned in the New York Times as a suggested over the U.S. Thanksgiving weekend. Cool. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff, Terry. So cool. So you're in the movie production world or dramas and feature films, and you've been mentioned in the New York Times as a favorite to watch for Thanksgiving. Go ahead and tell us more. Tell us more, Terry. We didn't realize we forgot your red carpet, buddy. We'll get that ready. Fantastic, Terry, for sure. Yeah, tell us more. Good morning, Francine. Nice to meet you. I think you're a new face from Facebook, so thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the show. We're here to talk politics and watch the final deliberation, the final panel on whether or not the thresholds and the powers and the accountability under the Emergency Act, what they mean, and talk about it some more. Agree, too much power. Yeah. People in those positions, they should be checked because they certainly have a lot of power. The more power a position has, the more check and balances we should be having in place. Whenever you go privy and private and quiet and secret, especially on the government's level, we're not even talking about intelligence level or security level. We're talking about just governing level. No, they should be very open, transparent, like they said when they ran. Thanks, Prairie. We're in a low budget mode right now and are looking to step out the game. This should help. Cool, Prairie. Thanks for sharing with Terry. That's great. Terry, cool. Hey, Jennifer. Nice to meet you. Did you know that there was a meeting in the House of Commons last night? They were questioning the guy from Give, Send, Go. Cool. Yes, Jennifer, we are aware of all the meetings. They're kind of overlapping with the POEC. Okay, so what we're going to do, Jennifer, is we're going to replay them all and go through them all with the same type of fine-tooth comb as we're doing with the POEC. And then, Jennifer, once we've done that, we'll have like 2 chunks of testimony and evidence and information where we can start corroborating, comparing, and calling out what we find. So I hope you stick around for all of that too. That's going to be the next few months worth of streaming going on here. I'll be doing like working sessions, going through that. So stick around, subscribe. Yeah, I hope you enjoy that because we're going to go through it all. We want to find the information, the needles in the haystack. So thanks a lot for sharing the information and stick around. Ian, how you doing? Nothing will happen, same as always. Well, if citizens and the people do nothing, then you're going to be absolutely right, Ian. But there's a small group of us here that's starting to pick up some momentum around private prosecutions, which is a way for citizens and people to levy criminal charges. We're not frivolous. We're not insane. We are looking at the evidence. We want to put together proper prosecutable packages and cases, using the testimony, using the transcripts, using the evidence. We'll go through the pages they didn't show us on the screen, but we have the access to the documents, and we'll be doing the prosecutor's job, or the police's job, actually, because we'll be doing the investigation stage and putting the package together for the Crown. The right we have as Canadians, and if we all just sit on our hands and watch and complain, then Ian, you will be correct. But if some of us decide, no, we can put some of our time into this, then maybe we'll make enough noise and we'll do enough work and we'll put it together well enough that the Crown will pursue it. Good morning. And thanks, Ellen. Ellen's awesome, isn't she, Terry? Regardless how I feel about New York Times these days, those are some big guns. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Look, for Terry, that's where you want to be, right? Audiences are there, people still read it. Entertainment's entertainment. You know, you don't have to be so political all the time. And it's great news that Terry is sharing with us. Thank you, Denise. I was being facetious this time. I got my pronouncer in the corner. But when you visit in the summer, we could go downtown and have lunch. That is if you don't mind being out. Oh, come on. You're probably awesome, Denise. Whatever. Sure. I would love to spend time with you, Denise. Who is that? Set all the questions that the commissioner had. Good question on who makes the questions. So what it sounded like as they were talking was the questions were being collected while the first part of the panel was going. It's what it sounded like. And then maybe there's some people filtering and moderating and collecting them. So I'm not sure. It didn't sound like they were predetermined. It certainly sounded like they were coming out of the panel discussion. But that's kind of speculation just based on what I've heard them talk about. Years ago, I worked in the industry. Entertainment's fun. Assistant to the extras casting director. Yeah. And we used to do the club beer commercials here in Manitoba. I used to have an entertainment life as well when I worked for Ticket Break, which was an event ticketing company. And then we worked with event production companies. And that was a fun life too. A couple people in the movie and scripting industry was around, writers, stuff like that. But no, it's a lot of fun when you're creative. You're in a creative world. You're creating something, producing something, making something, and then put it out in the world. You never know how well it's going to do or if it's going to do well at all. It's an exciting thing to do. So Terry, thanks a lot for sharing that with us, and good luck with that. I hope it turns into a bunch of well, I know you're probably not in it for fame and fortune, but if that's what happens, cool, and enjoy it. That just means you're going to have more to lose on poker. Azario has been working on skills. He's probably watching rounders a couple times a day, working on his tells and how he can make sure that he can get back that $20 he lost. But you do it, all right, Azario? Grind it all the way. All right, so we're a few minutes away. Let me go check my notes. Okay, so one of the things I was thinking about doing, I need to take some time to get some of my work done. Okay, I've done 2 months where I'm really neglecting. I'm doing my best to keep things going in the morning and throughout the day. But in order to do what I do need large blocks of time uninterrupted. When you get into software and technical, it's really difficult to get interrupted often. So what I'm thinking of is for the month of December, we'll try that out where I'm doing maybe a couple hours in the morning, like a morning show. We go over the previous day. You do what you're doing here, share some tweets and share some links, and we go through that, and then wrap up around the 2 hour, maybe the 3 hour mark. I'll take you through your morning if you're on the Eastern Coast. But then I got to get to work. Okay, I got to get to work. I got to get some projects rolling. Because that's my work. I do have a little bit of work, which supplements my survival. So I got to get back to some of that. So let me know what you think. If you want a morning show, 2-3 hours from 9 to 12 Eastern, where we're going over the previous day, topics of the day, and then stuff that we're looking at and watching. As we get through December and I can kind of get things rolling, then maybe we'll look at going back to go through all those videos. Or maybe one a day because they're 3 hours, and then that's how we handle that. But I do have to pay some bills. A little bit of income is required, so I got to get back to some work. So I hope you all understand that, and that will be just maybe through December, January as I get projects completed. But let me know if you want that morning show. I could maybe commit to. I'm a morning bird. Okay, I'm an early bird, so me doing it first thing in the morning would work well for me, and it provides the rest of the day. Yeah, let me know what you think about that. And you've got, but I had to move to 9 to 5 kids. Okay, sorry, I missed some of the conversation there. Oh, because you were working in the club in the beer stuff, and then you went to 9 to 5. Yeah, kind of did that too when I got kids as well. Responsibilities. It was a lot of fun. I met a lot of good people in the nightlife. Hey, Terry. Yep, a second career after retiring from work-a-day world. Writer, actor, but for another time, movie is Dead Hunt 2022. Death hunt. Death hunt. Okay. Is that vaccine related? I'm trying to find out what's going on here. On the POC, thanks for listening. Cool, Dave. Or Terry. Dave's next, so. Do we ever see a full list of names that voted on EA, Reds, and Blues? Sure, yeah. You can pull up the voting results of the EA. Yeah, that's all public. Go to parliamentary website. You can pull that up. I'm not sure what it changes. All the Reds, all the Blues, they all voted down party lines. Terry was just going to ask if you are TJ. Phil, I'm good for morning show. Okay, so Phil's down for that. A 3-hour morning show. So I don't dox you, but you just blurted it out all over there. LOL. Okay, well, I think I might try that out. Okay, Railroaded. I'll talk to Railroaded. I'll talk to Azario. There will be no stream requirements possibly, so it might be really easy to do. But yeah, I want to keep the stream going for you all. And I enjoy talking to you. So we got a lot of work in my mind to get done. So let's not stop. But again, sorry that there's no Yi today. All right. Hope you all forgive me. It wasn't
Order à
meant
l'ordre.
to
The
happen
Public
that
Order
way.
Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Et bonjour. Well, good morning to all of you. This is our last day of the Commission's hearings, and it's the last day dealing with policy issues. So welcome to everyone. We will have a memorable panel today, I'm sure.
Momentous day, the last day of the hearings and the last day of our panel. It's of our policy panel. So it's a momentous day and a very interesting panel that we have today. So without further ado, I will ask our moderator, Professor Lazar, to introduce our panelists.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Bonjour à tous et à tous.
Good morning to all of you, colleagues and Canadians. We have today with us 6 experts on constitutional law and emergency powers in Canada in a comparative perspective. I'm Professor Lazar. I teach at the University of Ottawa, and I'm here as your moderator.
Mr. Ward Alcock, former Director of CSIS and former Deputy Minister of National Defence. Professor Hoy Kong, who is Right Honourable Beverly McLaughlin, Professor in Constitutional Law at the University of British Columbia. Mr. Morris Rosenberg, former Deputy Minister of Justice and Deputy Attorney General of Canada, as well as former Deputy Minister of Health and Foreign Affairs and a member of the Order of Canada. Professor Victor V. Ramraj, who is Professor of Law at the University of Victoria. And joining us online, we have Karine Levy, Professor Karine Levy, who's head of New York University's JSD program and a researcher in the Institute for International Law and Justice, and Professor Kim Lane Shepley, who is Lawrence S. Rockefeller Professor at Princeton University's School of Public and International Affairs and the University Center for Human Values. Thank you all for your assistance with the Commission's important work. Since law's general rules are designed for the general case, exceptional events will from time to time call on governments to act in exceptional ways. Emergency powers to confront such situations are as old as constitutional government and found in every jurisdiction. Codified emergency powers, like those contained in Canada's Emergencies Act, bring exceptional measures under the rule of law. Our panel's task is to raise questions around the Emergencies Act's threshold, powers, and accountability mechanisms. And as we do so, it's wise to keep in mind the caveat that humility and caution should inform amendment to the Act. Changes to any legislation, especially when reactive, can have unintended consequences, particularly where that legislation specifically applies to inherently unpredictable occurrences. There's no getting emergency powers just right, because a threshold flexible enough to deal with some future event may invite abuse in some other future occurrence or circumstance. So any threshold that the Commissioner may propose and Parliament may debate may be both too high and too low for what the future holds. This necessary ambiguity makes formal legal checks and balances critical, but we must also bear in mind that courts across the world tend to accord governments wide scope in an emergency, finding that decisions on emergency are political and beyond their scope. This makes it all the more critical that emergency legislation also engineer informal constraints on power, which intertwine with legal constraints, advance incentives and disincentives to promote due reflection and responsible action. So the formal constraints under the current Act include references to the Charter and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, along with the requirement that executive actions taken urgently gain legislative approval after the fact. Informal constraints include the necessity for publicity and for a commission such as this one. We now have an opportunity to look at ambiguities in the threshold and the accountability mechanisms in the Emergencies Act, to consider what worked well and what could be improved should this legislation be needed again in the future.
This conversation is important. There's no perfect solution, and but there are certainly better approaches. And in the first hour, we'll be talking about threshold, and I invite the public to refer to Articles 3 and 16 of the Act, and you can find the link on the website of the Commission.
Merci, Nomi.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Victor Rambridge, and Professor of Law at the University of Victoria.
At the end of this full week of roundtables and the end of this commission, I thought it might be helpful for me to step back a little bit and situate the Emergencies Act in its comparative context. I have 3 points, one on the difference between constitutional and statutory emergency powers, 2, briefly on Article 4 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, and 3rd, on the question of interjurisdictional coordination, which you would have heard about at length yesterday. On that note, I'm afraid, although I did have a chance to review the transcripts of earlier sessions this week, I was on the plane yesterday, so I missed reviewing that transcript. So apologies if there's some overlap. My first point is this. Canada's Emergency Act is distinctive in being a statutory rather than a constitutionally entrenched emergency powers regime. In many countries around the world, emergency powers are constitutionally entrenched, and emergencies are declared and governed directly by the constitutional regime. These constitutions, on the French model, typically involve and provide for the derogation from or suspension of constitutional rights and set out limits on that derogation or suspension. In the Canadian context, the Emergencies Act is not constitutionally entrenched. It makes no provision for limitation of or derogation from constitutional rights and remains fully subject to the Charter. This is a critical feature in Canada's emergency powers regime. It means that the Act remains subject to the Charter and its core principles, including the principle of proportionality derived from Section 1. Second, the need for emergency powers and the principle of proportionality itself are recognized in international law under such instruments as Article 4 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Article 4 recognizes that there will be exceptional circumstances when states require extraordinary powers, but it also sets limits on those powers, particularly to on the extent to which states can derogate from rights if they can at all. Some rights, such as the right to life, the right to be free from torture, the prohibition on slavery, and others, including, I should add, prohibition on cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, are completely prohibited, and they are known as non-derogable rights. Other rights can be derogated from or limited only in the wording of the ICCPR quote, to the extent strictly required by the exigencies of the situation, end quote, provided that they are consistent with international law and do not involve discrimination. And the principles set out in international law resonate with the principle of proportionality and minimal impairment that have been elaborated on in charter jurisprudence. My third point concerns the question of interjurisdictional coordination. There are, of course, serious questions as to whether the categories in the Emergencies Act need to be updated to reflect the reality of 21st century threats, notably cyber attacks and the sorts of threats to critical infrastructure that were highlighted by other experts this week. I won't comment on those issues, nor will I speak on the factual issues before the Commission. However, a key question common to many federal states is whether, in the face of a national emergency, the central or federal government has the tools it needs to coordinate an effective interjurisdictional response. In Canada, that response might involve 4 levels of government: federal, provincial, municipal, and First Nations, as well as potentially international governments and agencies. A comparative survey of Westminster-style constitutions shows us, at one extreme, that some central governments have the power in an emergency to suspend the operation of provincial or state governments entirely. And here, with the assistance or in discussion with my PhD student, South Asian constitutions speak of constitutional machinery failure, a colonial-inspired term, and this the provisions of these constitutions allow the central or state government to suspend the operations of states within the Union. This is, of course, a deeply contentious tool and a political tinderbox. On the other hand, when confronted with some national emergencies, for example, wide-scale political violence, a 9/11 style attack, or a climate disaster, a high degree of coordination may be needed on an urgent basis. In this respect, the Emergencies Act is a relatively weak and deferential instrument. It acknowledges the possibility of a national emergency without providing the means to coordinate effectively across multiple levels of government. It does require consultation, but consultation is not coordination. Of course, any centralized response must also be subject to effective accountability mechanisms, which we'll come to later in the session. But a genuine national emergency will require an effective, coordinated response, as well as an effective and appropriate accountability mechanism. I'll have more to say on this point later, but let me stop here for now and yield the floor to my colleagues.
Thank you very much. Hoy?
Thank you so much. Professor Lazar, when Professor Lazar introduced the panel today, she mentioned that it's really difficult to get text right around the emergencies. There's a certain measure of necessary ambiguity. So what I would like to present on is, to think about, is how to avoid controversy that's unnecessary. Yeah, how can we draft the text to avoid interpretations that either give rise to controversy and contradiction, and avoid and ensure that the text is tied to the specifics of the emergency context. So let me start with this question of unnecessary contradiction. So the closing phrase of Section 3, the definitional clause, states that a national emergency is one that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. Now, on its face, you might think, okay, so if we had a province and the province could effectively act under its laws, but decided not to, we wouldn't have an emergency, right? I mean, that's just sort of a plain reading of the laws of Canada, the law of Canada. Provincial laws are laws of Canada. But if you look at Section 3A, right, Section 3A says that you only have a national emergency if you have a situation that is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it. Right? So that clause, Section 3A, rules out the interpretation that you could have a province who had the capacity under its laws, but simply decided not to use it. That's an example of avoidable controversy. Now, going forward, I would suggest that if the Act is amended, the Parliament avoid using terms of art such as law of Canada. So, and I'm indebted to this for this point to Professor Leah West, right? Who notes that law of Canada in a case, 1989 case, Supreme Court case of Robert against Canada, defined law of Canada and limited it to the laws of Parliament. But as I say, I think it's unwise to use terms of art that give rise to contradictions in interpretation just on a plain reading of the text. Second, on the question of ensuring that language is tied to the specific context of emergencies. Excuse me. So Section 16 of the Emergencies Act, in its definitions of public order emergencies, refers to Section 2 of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, right? It's an incorporation by reference. And so what is understood to be a threat to security of Canada for the purposes of the Emergencies Act derives its definition from another statute. Now, incorporation by reference is, of course, a common drafting technique, but I think it gives rise to potential problems in this context. As Professor Lazar noted, emergencies are specific. They are exceptional. So if you use the language from another statutory regime, it is reasonable to think that the language should take its meaning from that context. Yeah. Now, if the courts were to review executive action, as Professor Lazar noted, they will typically defer to the interpretations of the executive. But I think we can avoid this necessity of recourse to the deference of the judiciary in the interpretation of the statute, and rather house all of the terms within the Emergencies Act to ensure that all language is relevant and specific to the context of emergencies, and again, to avoid unnecessary controversy. So as I say, emergencies acts, legislation about emergencies is necessarily controversial. The language is going to be necessarily ambiguous in certain respects. What I suggest in these brief moments, in this brief presentation, is that there are ways to avoid unnecessary controversy. I turn the floor over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Hoy. Morris?
Thanks. So this actually, I think, follows quite well. There's been lots of discussion about whether the government's declaration of an emergency met the threshold of threats to the security of Canada, and I don't intend to go over that ground. It's been plowed quite a lot. I did, however, want to say a word about the other part of the threshold that has to be met, and that is the public order, that the public order emergency is so serious as to be a national emergency. And in particular, I wanted to focus on the requirement that the matter can't be dealt with effectively under any other law of Canada. And like Hoy, I am indebted to Leah West also for her explanation of the term laws of Canada, and I agree with her interpretation that it refers to federal statute law or federal common law. So how is this requirement to be interpreted? And I can think of three possible scenarios. First one, most clearly, is that there may in fact be no other law of Canada that even, comes close to addressing the emergency situation. Alternatively, it may be that there are laws that exist, but there are reasons for not resorting to them. For example, there may be laws in place, but there are operational barriers to the effective deployment of the law. For example, if there is inadequate enforcement capacity, or if there are procedural requirements which couldn't be fulfilled in a timely way. It may also be that there are laws in place that may, in the view of the government, be more harmful to individual rights or to social cohesion than the invocation of a temporary emergency. And in the questions we got, the example that was given was the possibility of resorting to the National Defense Act use of the civil power. And the government did not do that. In fact, I think there was some testimony, maybe from the National Security Advisor, who said something to the effect of, doing that would just inflame the situation. So with respect to that example, there's a question as to whether the concept of effectiveness captures this reason for not resorting to bringing in the military. Maybe some consideration should be given to a different or additional criterion to be added to Section 3 that might take into account the government's judgment on the appropriateness of using a law that it deems excessive in the circumstances. You start to get into proportionality and minimal impairment analysis. And one of the things that was distributed to us was a paper that Professor Lazar did for the Commission, setting out some examples of what the government should consider to meet the reasonable belief that the emergency measures are necessary. And I'll mention two that are relevant to this discussion. The first is that the measure taken had the practical or technical capacity to bring about the outcome. And the other is that the government will not just aim to resolve the situation, but to do so in a normatively appropriate way. So the government might wish to resolve the situation, and here I'm using Professor Lazar's words, either quickly or safely or fairly or cautiously or efficiently or decisively or expeditiously or cost effectively. But I think the same criteria could be applied to determine whether other laws of Canada are not effective or appropriate. They may be available, but would either not have the technical or practical capacity to bring about the outcome, or they could not do it quickly, safely, fairly, etc. The government's required to believe on reasonable grounds that a public order emergency exists and necessitates the taking of special temporary measures for dealing with it. That judgment is subject to judicial review by the courts and subject to review by Parliament and by the inquiry that's established after the emergency is over. All three of those accountability mechanisms should require the government to clearly explain whether there were other laws that on their face could have been used and why they were rejected. And the first opportunity to provide reasons for why other laws of Canada would not have been effective is the explanation for issuing the declaration that the government is required to provide to Parliament under Section 58 sub 1. And this provides a basis for further exploration of these issues by Parliament in its supervisory role under Part 6 of the Act, and it would also be able to be scrutinized by media and by civil society actors who may be able to feed into the parliamentary process. And perhaps most importantly, the government's explanation on the ineffectiveness or inappropriateness of other laws should be scrutinized in depth by the ex post inquiry established under Section 63. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Morris. We're now going to turn to Kim, who's joining us online.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'm very honored to be here. Kim Shepley from Princeton University. And I'm here, I suppose, because I study emergencies in comparative perspective. And also because some years ago, I wrote a parallel history of states of emergency in the US and Canada. What's striking when I wrote that history was how similar the US and Canada were up until the point of the October crisis in Canada, after which time, of course, Canada enacted both the charters and the Emergencies Act, and had not until this year declared an emergency since that time, while the US went off on a different path of regulating emergencies. And in the United States now, there is almost always an emergency somewhere in the country almost every day. So the US has normalized emergencies and Canada has made them very rare. Now, when you look at emergencies in comparative perspective, as Victor Ramraj said, many constitutional democracies have taken the route of putting into the Constitution itself constitutional emergency powers and permissible derogations from rights. But many of those constitutional provisions do exactly what the Emergencies Act does in Canada. which is to try to define different types of emergencies, primarily to separate the non-political ones, the ones that have to do with natural disasters and even pandemics and so on, from the much more politically tinged ones, like the public order emergency in Canada. They also tend to distinguish the kinds of emergencies where civilians will remain in control and where the response is primarily civilian, from warlike measures where the military may be involved. So in this regard, Canada's Emergencies Act is very typical. But what we see from looking at how these other Emergencies Acts in other countries have been used is that almost always one of those categories turns into the default category when you can't figure out where else to lodge an emergency when it seems to people that something should be done. And I think that's where we are with the public order emergency in Canada, where, as has been already mentioned, there's a fairly broad scope to this emergency power. And some of the crucial definitions are not in this act itself, but in other acts that don't contemplate that they will be used always in the time of an emergency. So let me suggest a couple things that I think we can learn from looking in comparative perspective at emergencies laws. Excuse me. So almost all, again, in Canada and elsewhere, have assumed that it's a good thing to have a starting point and an ending point, that there's a point when an emergency starts and there's a point when an emergency ends. Bracketed in that period are some potentially legitimate exceptions to the normal rules that would otherwise be in operation. And then at the end of this period, there has to be some kind of oversight and control mechanism. And the Emergencies Act has all of those things. But when I'm sometimes a law professor and sometimes a sociologist, and in my studies of emergencies as a sociologist, excuse me, one of the things I've discovered is that emergencies in real life tend not to have the shape of the laws that regulate them. The laws of regulating emergencies are typically designed for situations like, for example, the 9/11 attack in the United States, where something comes out of the blue, surprises everybody, and requires some kind of instant firm response. And then there'll be some moment when that instant firm response ends. That's how the laws are structured. But many things that develop into emergencies, including, in fact, the one before this commission of inquiry, have a very different shape. You can see them coming from a long way off. They start small and they grow. They may spread in the course of waiting for an emergency regulation to be declared. And so what this Emergencies Act requires is that the emergency get to a certain level of seriousness and a certain level of national impact before it can be used. And in the meantime, there seem to be inadequate powers for dealing with the budding threat. So here's the dilemma. If you have an emergencies regime that requires a starting point and a stopping point, it's almost always the case that these budding emergencies or these bubbling emergencies will have to get pretty bad before the emergency powers can be used. And wouldn't it make sense to head these things off before they required emergency powers? Okay, now it certainly, how would that be done? Well, I think in the Emergencies Act, it's done through saying that perhaps other laws of Canada could be invoked instead. But as was just mentioned by my two former colleagues, this is now a term of art that means federal law. And in a country like Canada, as in the US, it may be that you have state or provincial level issues that are not handled by federal law until they get to be too big, right? So in the course of thinking about, how the Emergencies Act intersects with actually existing emergencies, I'm wondering whether it might make sense at this stage to think about two things. One is whether there might be something that we would think of as sort of a pre-emergency stage, where some steps can be taken to head off an emergency before it gets to the point where it really is very damaging, not through extraordinary measures, but through the use of ordinary measures. And then that suggests, because many of these things, and particularly the one before the commission now, starts where it might be possible for provincial action to ensure that a protest demonstration stays within constitutional boundaries, and that might counsel some kind of framework for the coordination of provincial and federal powers to ensure not just that public order is restored, but also to ensure that charter rights are actually also guaranteed. And this brings me to my last point, which is that the Emergencies Act and the Charter in some ways walk hand in hand. As Victor Ramraj said, that Canada is unusual in having the Charter regulated by statute that is completely under the jurisdiction of the Charter. So in some sense, no derogations are permitted. But what's striking to me about the Emergencies Act is that in the course of deciding whether to trigger an emergency, all that is there as part of the threshold is an assessment of the danger involved and not an assessment of the rights that might be infringed by declaring an emergency. The fact that the Emergencies Act will ultimately be assessed under the Charter by the courts or otherwise suggests that perhaps proportionality analysis in thinking about the impact on rights should be built back into the Charter as an exercise that the executive should go through before actually deciding whether or not to trigger an emergency. Because of course, in the end, the Charter will apply, but the Charter does not require overtly on its face that the executive actually engage in proportionality analysis. What I assume is that because the Emergencies Act was enacted around the same time as the Charter, it was enacted before the Supreme Court of Canada developed the robust proportionality jurisprudence that it has now. And so it looks to me like the Emergencies Act is kind of a victim of the year in which it was written, which is really before the Supreme Court of Canada had developed such a robust system for assessing impacts to rights. So if one of the purposes of the Commission is to think about how the Emergencies Act might be improved, I would suggest two things. One is to think about what I call this pre-emergency stage to ensure that charter rights can be realized while at the same time tamping down the possibility that an emergency would have to be declared. And second of all, requiring that to trigger an emergency, the executive not only do, but also make public a proportionality analysis that shows that the executive has taken into account the impact of any emergency declaration on rights. And with that, I'll hand back to the committee and thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this with you.
Thank you, Kim. Karine?
Hi, thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks so much. So I'm Corinne Levy. I'm talking to you from New York. I manage the doctoral program at the law school at NYU, and I do my research with the Institute of International Law and Justice. And I think I'll kind of follow Kim on some of her points. Especially my take will try to take us away from this notion in which we started this roundtable today of a necessary, controversial, necessarily exceptional situation that we deal with in emergencies. So, and I'm going to take a broad perspective because I'm not a Canadian. Again, I'm going to talk from a theoretical perspective and from a general perspective. So what I want to do in my comments on the issue of threshold is to shed some light on the problem of thresholds in emergency powers more generally, which is the problem of defining the concept of an emergency and defining and identifying a particular situation as an emergency. And my claim is that the language that the Emergencies Act uses to mark the threshold for an emergency declaration is misleading and unhelpful. It orients the focus of the decision maker and the public to the unknown, the unmanageable, the borderline condition of incapacity, instead of what we really need in times of crisis, which is to focus on capacity, on the many different resources that a society has to confront threats, especially Canadian society. So the threshold of emergency has always been a point of anxiety for theorists of emergency powers and for practitioners of emergencies. This is because emergency is commonly understood in the literature as that which defies definition. Emergencies are defined by their exceptionality, by the fact that they raise occasions for the use of special exceptional power. Think about Carl Schmitt's famous or infamous definition of emergency as a threshold concept, a borderline concept. Emergencies for him is that which is not codified in the existing order, a situation that cannot be circumscribed factually, a case in which the preconditions and the content of jurisdictional competence are necessarily unlimited. So ultimately, we know a real emergency is one which the sovereign decides it is, because the sovereign can act against the law to declare the threat and how it should be solved. And this, unfortunately, is the way that many debates in our area express the problem of threshold. Even theorists who are less skeptical than Schmitt about liberal law and about liberal political institutions are influenced by this anxiety. And emergencies, again and again, are defined as extreme liminal events, so that a threshold is placed at the very limit of capacity, signifying the very limit of law, yet contained by law. The problem with this framing is that it encourages a politics of emergency governance that is focused on incapacity and liminality, and that overshadows the real important questions of capacity that defining and identifying emergencies raise. Not only questions of what is the threat, but about who is capable of identifying threats, who holds the knowledge, on the basis of what evidence, what are the processes, methods, standards for identification, what are the levels of consultation, levels of cooperation between agencies and across jurisdictions for determining threats and capacities, etc. Such questions that have been raised before the Commission in the last few weeks are sidelined when the emergency is assumed to be completely exceptional in this liminal way. And although Canada's 1985 Emergencies Act does not correspond to a Schmittian theory of emergencies, in fact, it clearly rejects it. Its language reproduces the anxiety of threshold in this way. So what is the emergency that the Act envisions? And we heard it before, so sorry, I'll try to be brief. And again, we're talking about national emergency as defined in Section 3, and which applies to all the different types of emergencies that can be declared according to the Act. So it is an urgent, critical situation, temporary in nature, that seriously endangers lives, health, or safety of Canadians, and exceeds the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, or threatens the ability of government of Canada to preserve sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and that it cannot be effectively dealt with under any law of Canada. Now, this language, as others said before, envisions what I call a triple incapacity threshold: incapacity on a provincial level, or incapacity on a federal level, and legal incapacity. By that, it seems to create a very high threshold for the declaration of emergencies, right? But a close reading of it shows that it replicates a Schmittian anxiety about the liminal case. It is oriented to the very extreme case in which competence is lost. And as soon as we accept that we pass this threshold, at the very moment of this extreme incapacity, it births or imagines an all-powerful executive who can really take charge. This is an absurd framing. It is responsible for the endless arguments that I think the Commissioner heard in the evidence before him about whether there was really no other law or there was really no other capacity anywhere to be found. Of course, there is law. Of course, there is capacity. it is the law and the capacity that we should be interested in if we want to serve the real purpose of emergency government, which should be, as we heard yesterday in the panel jurisdiction, to avoid the exceptional, extraordinary power, to carefully construct and reconstruct regularized, coordinated, multifaceted, multi-jurisdictional capabilities. So this is my note on the threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, Karine. Ward?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm not, well, I'm a lawyer, or was a lawyer by education and early career. Most of my career has been spent more as an operator than as a lawyer. So what I would like to do is just make a few comments that perhaps close out some issues that came up in the context of the previous remarks. One, the issue of, I deal with it because it's one that has come up frequently in my career, and one I think that is important to put in its proper place, and that is, was there ever an opportunity to use the military as a tool to deal with this? The military have been used in this country. I mean, the last time, in point of fact, was the Oka crisis when the military were called out, although that was a request by the province under the doctrine of aid to the civil power. And in that case, the military were successful in dealing with the issue, or at least permitting a hiatus within which a solution could be negotiated. The reality is, it seems to me, that absent an armed insurrection, the military has no role in any of these kinds of events. And anybody who starts to talk about the use of the military, I think is unwise, and it would be highly improper for the military to be involved in anything, even if this particular event did rise to the level, did meet the test within the definition in the CSIS Act that was imported into the Emergencies Act. I think I alluded to in earlier remarks that in my view it is open to question whether in fact the events did or did not meet the test that was imported from the CSIS Act. I'm not sure that the view of CSIS is necessarily closes that issue one way or the other. I think CSIS operates within limitations which it imposes on the interpretation of that section, which could lead it to a conclusion that the events did not, in their finality, rise to the level of the definition. But it's not clear to me that means that it did not, in point of fact, on the facts, rise to the level of that definition once you get to the final point when the Emergency Act is declared, and the city of Ottawa was facing considerable difficulties in trying to resolve the convoy protests, and there were still threats of potential convoy protests in other places across the country, particularly at border points. The idea of meeting an emergency before it gets to the point of being an emergency is certainly an attractive one, but in some sense, in the context of Canadian history, political history, constitutional roles, division of constitutional roles, it is almost impossible to foresee a situation in which the federal government can rely on, or you could create a mechanism which would allow the federal government, the provinces and the federal government to resolve these issues before they get to a really serious point. One would like to hope that they would, but it would not be the first time in this country, and perhaps even in this case, that a province refuses, in point of fact, to act to resolve an issue at an earlier stage when, in fact, it could have been resolved, which ultimately leaves the federal government with the only option of actually taking some action. Whether that happened in this case is for you to decide, not for me. I've not seen all of the testimony and all of the documents, but it does seem to me, while it would be attractive to try and deal with emergencies before they happen, that's a role for the provinces, and trying to find a mechanism that would allow that to happen on a routine basis strikes me as, given our history and constitutional divisions of power, seems to me to be an impractical goal. So ultimately, it seems to me the responsibility of dealing with an emergency must fall to the federal government. Whether or not the definitions in this case and whether or not the legislation is sufficient to deal with the kinds of emergencies that lie ahead of us, my view is that it probably is not, and that it requires some additional thought, in particular in terms of the definition, the threshold definition, but also in terms of the powers that would be required to deal with emergencies in the future, which were beyond what were envisaged in the Emergencies Act when it was done back in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s.
Thank you very much. I wondered if any of you might like to address the question of economic emergencies. So this is something which came up in the course of the testimony, and certainly our comparative emergency scholars will know that economic emergencies are certainly conceived of and have been declared and responded to in other jurisdictions. So I wanted to ask whether any of you have any thoughts on this question of economic emergency, whether it fits under the existing framework somewhere, whether it's something that ought to be contemplated in some future version of the Emergencies Act. Are there any thoughts or reflections there? Morris?
Yeah, I'll start on this. Thank you very much. I saw a bit of Wednesday's panel and that Ward was on, and I know that there were some mixed views in terms of whether the definition of public order emergency should be amended to address economic security threats and also threats to critical infrastructure, which I think are related. And I have a couple of thoughts on policy questions that should be considered before we kind of rush into doing that. And I guess the first order question for me is whether these are best addressed through emergency legislation or by enacting new legislation. The UK, for example, now has in the House of Lords its public order bill. I think Leah West mentioned this the other day. That's a law that adds significant new police powers and new offenses in relation to obstructing major transport works and interference with key national infrastructure. And there, I think, are several aspects of this question. It's not clear to me that the Emergencies Act is always the worst option. You can ask questions like, which would be more effective? Which is least disruptive of the rights of citizens? Legislation, of course, will go through a full deliberative process in Parliament that may provide a more robust opportunity for involvement by civil society actors and media, parliamentary hearings. We've had some very good examples. For example, the anti-terrorism legislation in Canada, which was, some people would say, rushed, and was introduced into Parliament in October and was law by the end of December. But notwithstanding that, there were hearings before the House of Commons Justice Committee over a course of about 6 weeks where 80 witnesses were heard, and in the Senate over the course of about 5 weeks where 60 witnesses were heard. And those hearings actually resulted in significant changes to that law. So a legislative process can actually be, and I would say that in that case, a lot of the commentary and a lot of the amendments were to scale down the scope of those powers that were provided and to take better account of civil liberties concerns about who would actually be swept into under that law. But that really depends. Kent Roach and Craig Forsays wrote a book on after the Harper government enacted Bill C-51. This happened after a couple of events which took place in Canada in 2014 in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, where somebody was killed, and right here near Parliament Hill. And their critique of that legislation in part was, like the Patriot Act in the US in 2001, it was just rammed through. There may or may not be an opportunity for meaningful input if you're looking at legislation. You know, one also needs to ask the question whether it's better to amend the regular law of the country to create permanent new government powers, to normalize new powers. If you look, for example, at the law that Alberta passed, which I think is being challenged, the Alberta Defense of Critical Infrastructure Act, which has been criticized for being overbroad and unclear in its terms. It's not an emergency law. It's part of the regular corpus of law in Alberta. Is that better? Or is it preferable to address these matters through the declaration of an emergency, which is temporary and subject to legal, parliamentary, and commission review? And as I was thinking about this, I went back to give Kent a little more credit. He and some of his colleagues at U of T Law School were instrumental in 2001, within a couple of weeks after the legislation was tabled, in having put together a conference and then an instant book, which he then drove up and distributed, I think, to every member of Parliament. And I think it had an impact. There's an interesting article in that volume by Professor David Diesenhaus called "The Permanence of the Temporary," that deals exactly with this question as to which is worse, using an emergency act or changing the corpus of law on a permanent basis. I'll stop there.
Thanks very much. Victor?
Sure. Thanks, Nomi. I'd maybe like to try to tie together a couple of these points, the question of economic emergencies and Professor Chappelle's idea of preemptive mechanisms to deal with emergencies. It seems to me that emergencies aren't easily cabined. I think Professor Chappelle said that emergencies don't have the shape of the laws regulating them. I think in some ways, different kinds of emergencies often bleed into one another. And it's important, I think, for the Commission to acknowledge that this emergency takes place against the backdrop of a global public health emergency. And so sometimes you have other kinds of situations, public health emergency that leads to a public order emergency, or an economic crisis that will lead to a public order emergency. So how then do we form institutions, create institutions that can preempt in a coordinated way the emergence of these more serious emergencies? So around the same time that this commission has been doing its work, slightly before, there was another commission, the Lancet Commission, which describes itself as an interdisciplinary initiative encompassing the health sciences, business, finance, and public policy. It's a group of experts that were looking at the COVID-19 pandemic and how it emerged. And their conclusion was that, I can refer to it, that the staggering death toll is both a profound tragedy, I'm quoting, and a massive global failure at multiple levels. So I think it's important to acknowledge that had the WHO worked as it was supposed to, had, for instance, Taiwan been able to signal that there was a virus that was emerging out of China, but because of its exclusion from the WHO, there were issues. And had there been international coordination, intergovernmental coordination at that early point, we never would have had this emergency, right? So emergencies are often interconnected. And so I like Professor Chappelle's idea that we need standing institutions that have the ability to coordinate so that we can prevent the emergence of these kinds of situations in the first place.
Thanks very much, Victor. Kim?
Yes, thank you. So I think the question of economic emergency is quite a vexed one. And the reason is actually the opposite of what I identified as the problem with the public order emergencies. And that is that an economic emergency may come on suddenly, which is why people want to use an emergency framework. but it's extremely rare when a sudden intervention into an economy has an immediate effect. You know, so it's not like clearing public protesters where you can do it in a day. You have to make an economic fix, and then it may take months before that economic fix works its way through an economy. So you have this opposite problem, right? Which is you may have sudden onset, but then the effects will have a long tail, so that deciding when to end it may be actually very difficult. So given that economic emergencies have this more systemic quality, it seems to me that those can be regulated more through ordinary government regulatory powers rather than through an emergency framework, precisely because I think it's extremely hard to know when an economic emergency ends. And then you have this problem of, you know, the bubbling happens after the emergency action is taken. So most emergency laws do not have economic emergency as a category. They have more or less the other categories the current Canadian Emergencies Act has. So I think most of the things, if you walk through examples, most of the things that might count as an economic emergency can probably be regulated in other ways.
Can I just ask a question of clarification? Sorry, when we talk about economic emergencies, are we talking about things like a global financial crisis, or are we talking about things like a blockade on the Ambassador Bridge that prevents supplies from going back and forth across the border and results in, you know, people losing their jobs, potentially the loss of confidence in the United States on Canada's reliability as a trading partner, because they're very different.
Commissioner, do you want to?
I don't know. It's up to the panel to figure it out. Certainly on the facts of this case, the economic impact that was testified to resulted from the closure of the Ambassador Bridge and the impact on jobs both in Canada and the US that were affected within days of that blockade. So I think on the facts of this case, that's the economic emergency that was discussed. But of course, economic emergencies can be broader.
And I guess that's part of the issue with emergency legislation is that we can't really say in advance, is the next thing going to be this or going to be that, so that's our challenge. Kim, did you want to respond?
Yeah, so I think that actually what the commissioner just said was very helpful, right? Because the problem there is not that the problem didn't originate in an economic crisis. The problem originated elsewhere, and the Emergencies Act has a system for handling that. If you have something like a global financial crisis where the problem sort of originates in the economy, as it were, then the kinds of measures that must be taken are really much more in the matter of state economic policy, which will need to be longer term than you imagine an emergency should last. So that's precisely why I think economic consequences can be weighed in considering these other kinds of emergencies. But having an emergency just for economic reasons strikes me as being an unnecessary extension of emergency powers.
That's a great clarification. That sounds exactly right to me. So as we now move into our second hour, we're going to turn our attention to questions of accountability, which of course are entwined with questions of around the threshold. So accountability is a necessary condition for trust in representative government. It thus sits at the very heart of our political system. So in day-to-day governance, there are various layers of accountability. Policies undergo public consultation, bills are debated through multiple readings, parliamentary committees invite diverse perspectives and deliberate, the press and the public scrutinize the process, courts review, and ultimately we hold elections. But emergencies challenge some of these usual mechanisms. Urgency necessitates speed and decisive action, shifting deliberation to after a decision has been taken. And earlier types of emergency powers had historically sidestepped checks and balances entirely. Often contested claims of secrecy exacerbate these conditions. So some parts of the Emergencies Act facilitate legal accountability, including the objective standard that the governor and council have reasonable grounds to believe emergency measures are necessary. But many provisions of the law, including this commission, enable public accountability that includes, but also goes beyond legality. Legality alone doesn't determine the rightness of state action. The promise of public accountability is important in itself, but it also serves as an informal constraint on government action. Whatever government chooses to do, they know they will be held accountable, and there is evidence that governments behave with greater caution when public scrutiny is inevitable. But how well that works depends in significant part on the good design of accountability mechanisms. They have to work in order to work. Our panelists will now consider how legal and public accountability provisions in the Act might be tightened for the future, mindful in particular of the challenges posed by government claims to secrecy. What are the appropriate functions, strengths, and limits of the Act's current accountability mechanisms? What mechanisms might maximize openness with respect to classified information, cabinet secrecy, or solicitor-client privilege, all in the service of public accountability and public trust? So here we're going to begin with Kareem.
Thank you, Naomi. Thanks. So again, I'm going to be general in my comments. And in terms of accountability, I think that the Emergencies Act envisions a very rich environment of accountability mechanisms, institutional conditions for answerability, for account giving, for assumption of responsibility, encompassing the obligation to report, explain, and be answerable for resulting consequences. And maybe if we use David Eisenhow's terminology, these could also be described as rule of law furniture or assemblages of institutional structures that make legality possibly real, even in emergencies. And I agree with Naomi that it's not only about legality, but it is an important aspect of accountability. But this setup of an expansive and a layered structure of accountability may seem like a moving target for those individuals who were affected. What will they be able to challenge? The declaration, the measures, the oversight process, and where, and in particular, when? How likely is it, for example, that a court will challenge the measures when an emergency declaration is in place? Will a court challenge the declaration of emergency when an inquiry is still taking place? Are each one of these mechanisms independent, or are they reliant on one another? What is the division of labor between them? And when does one end and the other begins? Now, I can't answer all these questions, of course, and I can't also provide policy recommendations, but I want to provide one general suggestion on how to understand the relationship between these mechanisms, or one way to understand the relationship between these mechanisms by connecting them to the problem of time in emergencies. So again, a general problem in emergency powers. So often emergencies are characterized by the problematic that we can call the problem of no time. Emergency is a sudden event that needs urgent response, and there's no time for regular decision-making processes to take place. So we resort to exceptional behavior, but only for a limited time. The problem of no time is solved by exceptional behavior as long as it is limited in time. In the Emergencies Act, time is partly framed in this way. From the moment of the declaration, the Act envisions a kind of race towards its termination, and Kim described it before too. So government has 7 sitting days to lay the declaration before Parliament. Parliament has to consider the motion on the next sitting day, and if it decides to revoke, the declaration immediately expires. If not, it will continue for up to 30 days unless it is renewed according to the Act. And until the emergency is over, the Parliamentary Review Committee is to report every 60 days at least, or within 3 days of revocation, continuation, or expiration of the declaration. And the post factum inquiry is established within 60 days, and it must conclude within 1 year. This accountability structure is aimed to limit the threat of exceptional urgent behavior in time. During the emergency, it creates stopwatches for termination, and after the emergency, it limits the time it takes to recover from it. Finally, judicial review is not mentioned in the Act, not excluded, of course, but envisioned as outside the Act's accountability regime, possibly because it is hard to tie it to the no time frame. But the problem of no time in emergency is quite artificial and formalistic. Most experts in this area know, and it's been repeated here too, that depicting emergencies as exceptional events is unrealistic. Emergency is not a linear process from an urgent crisis or necessity to its solution. Instead, it moves in a circular and relational time from anticipation to response to recovery, which is already anticipating the next event. An obvious example is the mandate of the Commissioner's inquiry to assess the basis for the government's decision in February 2022, but also to review and suggest amendments to the regulatory framework that will be used in future emergencies. Another example is that of consultation. Why should the requirement of consultation with a provincial government in Section 25 be limited to the stage of declaration or continuation or amendment of the declaration?
Karine,
Isn't consultation...
Karine, could you, I ask you to just slow down a little bit for the interpreters?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
So why should we limit consultation to the with the provincial government in Section 25 to the stage of declaration or continuation or amendment of the declaration? Isn't consultation an ongoing necessity when a province is affected both by an emergency and by federal government intervention? We want our accountability mechanisms to reflect a more fluid and relational timeline. That means that it doesn't make sense or much sense to think of each of the mechanisms as completely restricted to its own place on the timeline. It also means that we may want to think of an overarching, maybe stable, maybe ongoing, maybe permanent mechanism to coordinate between them or to oversee them all. It doesn't mean that we need to flatten them out. There can still be different roles, different timeframes for each of them, but they should not behave as silos of accountability, especially not silos of the knowledge that is being created in these processes. And we heard yesterday in the roundtable of interjurisdictional responses why a modern multi-agency and multi-jurisdictional governance structure for emergencies needs to be in place to facilitate ongoing reflexive and transparent coordination between the different relevant actors involved in identifying threats and responding and planning for future events. And I think this idea of an ongoing process of consultation rather than the anxiety of no time should also guide our interpretation of the relationship between different accountability mechanisms in the Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder to everyone to try to stick within your 5 minutes while also slowing down for the interpreters. So Hoy, take it away.
Great, thank you so much. So I'd like to address what I think of as two kinds of tensions around accountability. So the first, and it's been alluded to, is a kind of tension between consultation, effective consultation with those who are affected, and time. The second tension that I'd like to think about, and again, it's been alluded to, is about transparency with respect to the legal basis for a declaration of emergency and the interest of the Attorney General in solicitor-client privilege. So let's start with the first one. So as Karen just mentioned, under Section 25, the parties that are envisaged to be consulted are the provinces. And of course, that makes all kinds of sense within our constitutional system. But I think that in many circumstances, cities are the places where emergencies happen. Their residents are the people who are the most affected. They may have the most knowledge about what is happening on the ground. They also have the greatest political incentives to be responsive. So I suggest that perhaps cities be brought into the consultation process. Now, of course, this gives rise to questions of time. Section 25(2) already envisages a situation in which the provinces cannot be consulted without unduly jeopardizing the effectiveness of the proposed action. Now, I imagine that you could design a regime so that you could have a similar kind of exception for municipalities and for any other party. As my colleagues have said, accountability to the public, accountability to the affected governments is essential. And I think the simple fact that municipalities are not a part of our division of powers and do not have formal constitutional authority is not a good reason to exclude them from consultation. Second, the question of transparency and solicitor-client privilege. So I think one of the challenges of the act that we have in front of us is that it states a legal ground for action, right? That is, there has to be a reasonable basis. And also under 17.2a in the declaration, the Governing Council has to concisely state the affairs constituting the emergency. Yeah. So the question is, how do we convey the legal basis upon which the Governor and Council acted without compromising solicitor-client privilege? I think we have a model of this already. We have charter statements. Charter statements are not legal opinions. They give a understanding of what kinds of reasons would lead the Attorney General to think that there was a legal basis for action, in that case, for legislation. So in this instance, I think a sort of simple response to some of the concerns around transparency and solicitor-client privilege would be to have within the requirements of the concise statement of the affairs constituting the emergency, a requirement that a general understanding be conveyed to the public and to other political actors of the legal basis for the declaration of a state of emergency. So two general tensions. One tension between accountability and time. And as I say, I think municipalities are essential partners. And I think that the time issue can be addressed in the way that it has already been addressed under Section 17, under Section 25.2. Second, the issue of transparency around the legal basis and solicitor-client privilege. And once again, I think we have mechanisms within our existing system to ensure that kind of accountability. And with that, I turn the floor over to my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Hoy. Kim?
Yes, thank you. So I want to put the emphasis in this part of the discussion on backward-looking rather than forward-looking. One of the reasons for having accountability mechanisms is because you want the decision makers in the moment when they actually have to make a decision like this to have like a little bird sitting on their shoulder saying, one day, someone who's not under this time pressure will look at what you've done. In other words, one of the big functions of accountability mechanisms is not just to hold someone accountable after the fact, but to allow the decision makers to know ahead of time in some ways that their decisions will be reviewed in that way. If you have a situation, and emergencies are, I think they're more predictable than Karine just said, but I think the legal framework assumes that there'll be some pace that could not be anticipated under normal rules. When that happens, it's very hard to specify in advance precisely how the power should be exercised. So the best you can do is to say, after you're done with all of this, we're going to look at every single thing you did to make sure that what you did was reasonable, rational, accountable, had a legal basis, and so on. So I think we should, as we design or think about the accountability measures, a lot of the purpose of them is to have an effect on the decision maker in the moment. That leads me to think that there's one other thing, although the Canadian Act is full of accountability measures. There's one kind of accountability measure that's not there that might be worth thinking about. And that is, now that Canada has two emergencies, I'm thinking about the October crisis and then this one, it might be an extremely useful thing to ensure that new governments in Canada are educated about how these emergencies went and what the aftermath looked like before they have to make the next decision, which is to say, if there's some kind of, training program for incoming governments or for, sort of incoming, for the decision makers that are going to eventually be in this position, it would be very helpful for them to know the history before they start to develop a new course. In fact, I think it's kind of a strange, well, I thought it was actually a beneficial side effect of having your prime minister being precisely the one whose father had to deal with the last crisis. That probably made him wait and be more careful when he finally exercised the power. Then might have been the case if you had a prime minister who hadn't grown up with the shadow of the October crisis directly in their family. And that makes me think that perhaps knowing this history is something that may be very important for future prime ministers to have. Finally, let me just say one thing about what could happen during these accountability measures after the fact. The question is why we have them. And we worry about emergencies for two reasons. One is, of course, for their impact on rights. And this raises the question about what's the standard of assessment. And there's, of course, a judicial review mechanism in place for individual problems that arise out of these emergencies. Excuse me, I just coughed. But what I wonder is why, again, proportionality analysis isn't built into the assessments, both at Parliament level and at the Commission of Inquiry level. Again, this is going to be the standard courts use. It's the standard for thinking about how to be compatible with charter rights. And it might be good to make explicit that this is one of the standards to be used. The second one is trickier because one thing we worry about with emergencies is that they never really go away, which is that emergency powers seized in a crisis will be emergency powers that the executive retains, even when the emergency is over. So I think it's also very crucial to think about how a commission of inquiry can look not just in the moment, but to look also at the aftermath to ask if emergencies shift the balance of powers over the long run. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you much.
Thanks, Kim. Victor?
I think it might be helpful to think of three dimensions of accountability. Accountability for what, to whom, and when. The answers to these questions, I suggest, depend on the nature of the power that's exercised or not. Consider, for example, the declaration of an emergency. Here we have at least two institutional forms of accountability, three if you include this commission. The other two are accountability to Parliament, either through parliamentary debates to confirm or revoke the declaration, and accountability to various parliamentary committees. These forms of accountability are typically synchronous with the emergency itself. We also have accountability for the declaration through the courts, either in the course of an emergency, ideally, possibly on an expedited basis, or after the fact. If, however, our focus is not on the declaration of the emergency, but abuses or rights violations in the course of its implementation, we might look for accountability either in the courts or, depending on the source of the alleged abuse, in complaints mechanisms within, say, a police force, or in the case of security intelligence through the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. But let me raise another aspect of accountability in times of crisis. When a crisis materializes, governments might be held accountable after the fact, either for overreacting to the crisis or failing to act to prevent or mitigate it. We can find examples of both kinds of accountability. In terms of overreacting, and I think Professor Kent Roach gave a really good catalog of commissions of inquiry. The Ipperwash and Arar commissions mentioned by him are examples of government overreaction leading to tragic consequences. As for the failure to prevent or mitigate a crisis, the Air India Commission in Canada and the 9/11 Commission in the United States are apt examples. I have to say that after following the Commission's work, I'm still not immediately clear on what kind of accountability we're seeking at this Commission. Is it one or the other or both? Is it that the government overreacted by declaring the emergency and enforcing it as it did? Or is it that the government did not do enough or did not have the appropriate tools to prevent or mitigate the emergency in the first place? The answer to this question matters because it determines the answer to the question, accountability for what? If the government overreacted in declaring the emergency, the appropriate accountability mechanism might be tighter forms of parliamentary or judicial oversight, or tweaks in the way this commission conducts or subsequent commissions conduct their affairs. If, however, the problem is that the government failed to prevent or mitigate a crisis, or as Professor Leah West suggested on Wednesday, that there was a failure of federalism, it's less clear to me what form accountability should take. Commissions of inquiry can, of course, urge or recommend legal reforms, and I hope that this commission might add its voice to those calling for more effective and perhaps following Kim, preemptive interjurisdictional coordination.
Thank you, Victor. Ward?
On the issue of accountability, Commissioner, my view would be that, frankly, that the accountability structure, as it currently stands, for the most part, makes sense. And I'm not sure that there is some need for a new level of accountability beyond what exists. I'm not so sure that the role of the parliamentary committee beyond its initial involvement was sensible, but to suggest that to Parliament that parliamentary committees are not necessary is probably not something that anybody will pay much attention to on the Hill. So the reality is that will happen if Parliament wants to do it, almost regardless of what anybody else says. But I think it has worked. I think in this particular case, the mechanisms have worked reasonably well. Clearly, the government has been, from all of the testimony I have heard, being very careful about how it proceeded in this case. Whether up to you whether or not it has acted properly or not, but clearly it has exercised a great deal of caution. It has also been very careful to respond to questions and concerns, and to appear before the commission. No ministers have refused to appear before the commission. Clearly, there has been political accountability throughout this, and the government, if it acted improperly, will be held to political account, which is at the end of the day how our system works. It all seems to me actually that it has worked exceptionally well. There may be questions about the time, in particular about the time available for the commission to do its work. And that obviously is something well within your purview. And I have no real sense of I'm sure that that task is a difficult one. But I have no real sense of whether the timeline is too short or insufficient. Having said that, I would also say, I think in my career, worked on some 30 or 40 royal commissions. Royal commissions tend to expand to fill the time available to do the work. So I think it would be important, even if there were to be more time for the commission to do its work, that it not be open-ended. But I think, frankly, what I have seen, the accountability mechanisms are frankly about right. As to the issues of solicitor-client privilege and cabinet confidence, having been a government lawyer for some years, no government is ever going to give up either of those issues for obvious reasons. And so I'm not sure that it is worth it is worth a lot of effort to deal with those issues. Although Professor Kong's suggestion, I'm not familiar with those statements, frankly. It comes after my time as a lawyer, but if that would work, it might help a little. But the reality is no government, and I certainly would not advise a government to give up on cabinet confidences or solicitor-client privilege. Once you've given up once, you're on a slippery slope. And I think no government will ever do that.
I wonder, Ward, if before we turn to Morris, I might ask you, so I know at some point someone had floated the idea of using the NSIRA or the machinery within NSIRA as a oversight mechanism, pardon me, with respect to solicitor or client privilege. And I wondered whether you might want to just briefly comment on that before we move on.
I expressed the view the other day that it makes no sense, in my view, to tie the Emergencies Act to a definition within the CSIS legislation. I don't think it works. I don't think it's effective, and certainly if there was a decision, you were to come to the conclusion that the definition is insufficient and it should be changed, to try and change that definition within the CSIS Act to allow you to broaden the definition for the Emergencies Act, I think would be a mistake. Which I think takes me to the next step, which is if the CSIS Act is not the appropriate place to have or to draw from a definition of that is sufficient for an Emergencies Act, then trying to throw back into the national security community, which is focused on a totally different set of issues and concerns, to try and throw back into that community a decision about emergencies in any respect is probably a mistake as well. So I would not see NSIRA as a place to come to a decision on that issue. No, and I'm not sure it solves the problem, frankly.
Thank you very much. Morris?
Thanks. Just before I say what I was going to say, a couple of comments in terms of what's been said so far. I was taken with Kim's point on backward looking and the need to educate politicians, many of whom have no corporate memory either of the invocation of the War Measures Act and who have little understanding of national security issues, and who also, I think, are driven by the 24-hour news cycle to focus on the here and now and respond to day-to-day stuff and spend not enough time investing in thinking about how or investing in preventative measures, including mechanisms for coordination within the federal government itself, but also increasingly important mechanisms of coordination between the federal government, other levels of government in Canada, and international governments. Because the reality is, if you just look over the past, since 2000, the number of really big, what I would call crisis emergencies, everything from 9/11 to the global financial crisis in 2008 to 5 serious public health crises, starting with SARS, Ebola, H1N1, MERS, and of course, now the pandemic, really requires a different way of thinking about government, thinking about the structures that we put in place, and puts a high premium on coordination. It's very hard to do. After SARS, there was an amendment, there were amendments made. We were involved in negotiations on changing the international health regulations, and the idea was that there'd be much more early warning going on. Well, that didn't seem to work out so well when it came to the pandemic. So there are cultural issues embedded in this as well. But I think these are some really tough issues, but I think that they need to be addressed. I'm not sure it's necessarily the role of your commission to address them, but I hope they're followed up on. I kind of like your suggestion of charter statements, of finding one, because I agree with the Ward that no government's going to give up on solicitor-client privilege. So if there is some way of getting at that, that would be great. I also think there is at least still one outstanding legal challenge by the Canadian Constitutional Foundation. I'm not sure about CCLA, if they've got one going too, but it seems to me another way of testing the government's legal theory is through judicial review. I don't know what's happening with that. I know there were standing issues, but that's another way of getting at the legal points. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the accountability mechanisms. I'm not going to talk about the legal accountability mechanisms. Naomi, you addressed them in your opening remarks. You talked about what the limitations of them are. But I think they're very important, and they are progress from where we were with respect to the War Measures Act. And very deliberately, the standard was changed from, in the opinion of the government, to the necessity of a reasonable belief. So I want to focus on Parliament and on the Commission. So in terms of the parliamentary and with the parliamentary oversight process, I'll just go back to something I said earlier. I would start with the requirement of the government, the obligation set out in Section 58 sub 1 to provide Parliament with an explanation of the reasons for issuing the declaration and a report of any consultation with the provinces. And that's very general language. I'm just going back to a point you were making right at the beginning, and it may be useful to circumscribe and provide more guidance to the government as to what is expected of it in that explanation. And I think, and this quote has come up today several times, we should consider, because it's an explanation of the declaration, it should also be an explanation of the measures that are being proposed that Parliament needs to ratify. And particularly, it should provide an explanation, going back to the Oakes test, of why the measures taken are minimally impairing, why they are the most appropriate measures, but impair rights no more than they need to. So when you get to Parliament, the first thing I would note is, and I hadn't realized this until I read the legislation, that a declaration by the government can be revoked unless it's ratified by both the House and the Senate. So if the House approves it, and the House is much more under the control of the government, and the Senate doesn't approve it, as I read it, it's revoked. And it doesn't go back to the House. So this appears to be an area where the Senate, as what we used to call a body of sober second thought, has a significant degree of power. And it's less partisan than the House. It's always been less partisan than the House, but it's even less partisan now because of the institution of independent senators. And that makes the check that was put into this legislation in 1985 an even stronger check on government action than when the act was passed. Now, it's hard to do a serious assessment of parliamentary accountability because this thing lasted for 9 days. We never got past the ratification of the declaration by the House of Commons. I don't think the Senate even got to ratify it. And the committee that was set up, this joint bicameral committee, did not actually play their role, which was supposed to be an oversight role, a supervisory role on how the emergency was being managed by the government. So they instead morphed themselves into a after-the-fact review committee, did it, I think, in a rather partisan way. This is hearsay, but I understand that may be the case. If we had an emergency that went on for 30 days or that was extended, you would then have an opportunity to see how this worked. And I would hope that it would provide an opportunity in a longer emergency for the committee to actually hold hearings and call witnesses, because I think it's important that there be more than just parliamentarians talking to each other and to the government, but also to get input from citizens and civil society actors as to how they are perceiving the management of the emergency. as I said, the role of this parliamentary review committee isn't clear. The statute suggests that its role is to review the exercise of powers and the performance of duties pursuant to the declaration. And instead it's taken on this, this post hoc review, role of review, a function that's been assigned to the commission. And so I agree, Nomia, you had an article where you suggested that the Act be amended to clarify that the role of the committee is one of supervision of the emergency while it continues in force. And I agree with the Ward that you can't stop Parliament from doing what it, what it wants to do. But this isn't an ordinary parliamentary committee. It's been created for a special purpose. And finally, I agree with something that Wesley Wark said the other day, that consideration should be given to assigning the role of ongoing supervision to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians for the reasons that he mentioned at Wednesday's panel, which were that NSI COP has adopted a nonpartisan tone, which is precious these days, that it has access to classified information, and unlike other parliamentary committees, it has a dedicated secretariat and research staff. Capacity of parliamentary committees in Canada to actually do their work is a real issue. And the quality of inquiries that you get from parliamentary committees compared to the quality of inquiry that you get from a commission of inquiry are like night and day. If you can have a parliamentary committee that acts in a more serious way, that is properly supported, you might actually get more out of it, especially with an oversight role, because parliamentary committees don't generally, well, they may oversee things in a general way, but they don't normally kind of oversee a particular event. So it's quite a different role. But as was pointed out at that meeting, NSI COP lacks the ability to compel evidence because it's a committee of parliamentarians and not a real parliamentary committee. So in order for this to work, for them to play that supervisory role effectively, they'd have to be converted into an official parliamentary committee. The one accountability mechanism that we have had an opportunity to observe is this inquiry established under Section 63. So just three quick observations about this. First, the government set up this inquiry under the Inquiries Act. The Emergencies Act doesn't provide that it necessarily has to be under the Inquiries Act. The Inquiries Act has a lot of benefits in terms of the legitimacy of the inquiry because it gives you compulsory powers. And I think that is an absolute essential. So I think the Emergencies Act should be amended to provide that the Section 33 inquiry would be done under the Inquiries Act. Second, I think the time frame is too short. I agree that it shouldn't be endless. I think this has been just a huge undertaking for the Commission and for the Commission staff, the very, very broad mandate. And I think that something like at least an additional 6 months for the inquiry to do its work would be reasonable. I also think there's one other element of accountability, and I think accountability can be improved if there was a requirement for serious follow-up to the Commission's findings and recommendations. Because I think it's probably common knowledge that there are far too many instances of governments, not just the federal government, calling commissions of inquiry gets politicians out of hot water for a while. They can always say, well, there's a commission of inquiry that's examining this matter. They spend millions of dollars. They have voluminous sets of findings. They make recommendations. The government says, well, thank you very much. And, you know, we certainly are going to study these and we even accept them in all in principle. And then they die. Meanwhile, you're functus. Once this report is issued, the commission no longer exists. So what happens to these recommendations and you know, findings, and whether they're recommendations about changes to the law or changes to practice or training or whatever? And I think consideration should be given to follow-up mechanisms. And a good example is, I'm just looking for it because I have it here somewhere. Louise Arbour, former Justice Arbour, was asked to do an inquiry on sexual misconduct in the Canadian Forces and the Department of National Defense. And she had about a year to do her inquiry, and she had large set of, a large report and about 47 recommendations. The last two recommendations I would commend you to look at. One is that her recommendations be put to a parliamentary committee, that the department would show up before a parliamentary committee and explain, if they were not going to adopt some of the recommendations, why they were not going to adopt them. And then she recommended something like a group, a special group that would follow the implementation of her report and have, I think, periodic reports to do that. I would go further and actually put it into the Emergencies Act that, you know, for example, requiring the government to appear before a parliamentary committee within 6 months to explain which recommendations it intends to implement and how it intends to implement them. And if it disagrees with some of the recommendations, it should provide reasons. And that should be followed up by a further report, say within 2 years, because these things don't get done overnight. Maybe by the Auditor General, if that's within their remit, because the Auditor General is an independent officer of Parliament and has credibility. A report on the government's implementation of the recommendation, and that report should be examined by a parliamentary committee, either NSI COP or the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you very much, Morris. So I would just invite any of the panelists who might want to respond to the comments made by your co-panelists at this juncture. Ward?
Just a small point, and I disagreed with Professor Work when he suggested NSI COP the other day. To be a little bit more precise about why I don't think NSI COP would be a good idea, I understand that it is a more non-political body, non-partisan body than some others, but I think there is a problem with NSI COP, and that is that it is an attempt for the first time to create a parliamentary body that can review the actions of the service and other parts of the intelligence community. It is a very fragile attempt, and if it fails, as I think there is a better than even chance that it will still fail, there will then be a real difficulty in terms of how Parliament reaches out to review the intelligence community broadly writ. I think to introduce into NSI COP's responsibility, not that we have emergencies every day, but they do happen and they could happen in the future, could make the non-partisan, it could threaten the non-partisan nature of NSI COP and endanger the experiment which NSI COP is. So I would urge very strongly that NSI COP not be the body which reviews in any way an emergency, because I think it potentially would create a very unfortunate situation in terms of review of the intelligence community by Parliament. Just a view.
Karine?
Thank you. I just wanted to stress in front of because of what was said before, and I think just to stress this thing that we want to focus on capacity. We want to focus on capacity for the long run. That is also developing in time to confront emergencies on very, very broad levels. And I think it came up in this discussion too, how many different actors, some of them are on the local level, some on the provincial level, on the federal level, internationally are there. So I really think that if we stay focused on capacity and on the ideals of inclusiveness, coordination, cooperation, transparency in the process of managing emergencies, which I think is what we should be doing, then thinking about an institution that is, yes, preemptive, but also looking forward, that follows up on recommendations that includes different actors from this community of emergency responders, which is varied and diverse, and but still has very specific roles in it, of course, too, is important to recommend. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I wanted to, a question I have is what is the instrument that you use to do some of these things? I think everybody would agree, I would certainly agree that with the point that you made, Hoy, about more consultation and consultation with municipalities. In fact, as I understand it, in this situation, there was a fair degree of consultation with the Mayor of Ottawa, the Mayor of Windsor, personally with the Prime Minister, other ministers, I think. And there's always a question to me, you can put things into legislation and not every emergency is going to involve municipal governments. The key for me is that you develop norms of behavior and a culture of consultation. I think we have, I think we actually have that, and it to some extent it's personality dependent. And a lot of this, I mean, there are a lot of intangibles in this too. A lot of this is about the kind of leadership you have and the relationships that were developed before the emergency actually happened that you can then pick up the phone and call on. A lot of this stuff is going to happen informally. And if that instinct, that reflex isn't there, putting something into legislation isn't going to necessarily going to make it so. So I think there's a deeper issue of governance that needs to be addressed. And I wouldn't want someone to say, well, we've put it into the law, so it's all okay, because if that's all you've done, you probably haven't solved the problem.
Thank you. I think I'm gonna, before I go any further, are there questions that you still have, Commissioner, that we haven't addressed yet?
No, I think you're getting at the issues that I have to deal with, and very helpfully so, I can ask.
All right, so I'm gonna throw one thing out there, which came up, I can't remember, it came up in the course of a conversation at some point. So what would happen, so we've discussed how this commission of inquiry does its or fulfills its function in part by sitting like a threat over the head of anyone who's going to use the Emergencies Act. So they know if they're going to use this legal instrument, that everything they've done is going to be carefully scrutinized thereafter. But we saw that the Premier of Ontario, for example, opted to make use of parliamentary privilege and to refuse to give evidence before the commission. And so I wondered if we might want to contemplate what might happen if in some future scenario, the government who made use of the act made use of parliamentary privilege and refused to give evidence before the commission. Word?
I'm not sure that there is anything that one can do to freeze that in the legislation or ensure that in the legislation that never happens. But it seems to me to be relatively unlikely, as long as we remain a democracy, that a federal government that had declared an emergency would then refuse to appear before the bodies that were created to review that mechanism. I'm not sure you can I'm not sure legislation solves everything. And I'm not sure there is any point in trying to legislate everything. It's a bit like, I suppose, they always say about generals that they're always fighting the last war. In some sense, whenever we lawyers pass new legislation, we're fighting the last war as well. I'm not sure you want to try and fight all the wars in legislation. It's a never-ending struggle. I think I hope I haven't lost my train of thought here. The other issue that I think is is, no, I've lost my train of thought here, so I'll let you.
I think what you've said is so far is very wise. Kim?
Yes, so, I am in the United States, where we currently have a congressional inquiry underway in which members of the prior government are refusing to testify. So this is not entirely a hypothetical thing for those of us sitting in the United States. What our experience, I think, shows in the January 6th inquiry are two things. One is that it's a congressional inquiry, and Congress has a power of subpoena, somewhat difficult to enforce, but there's still a kind of legal compulsion that Congress can exercise. And I wonder if anyone's thought about this with respect to commissions of inquiry. But I think the other thing, because I agree with what Ward just said, which is that these are situations in which I think it's hard to legislate the parameters of. What's been so fascinating about watching the January 6th committee in the United States is how much they've been able to learn from other witnesses. So even if they don't have the primary players testifying before them, there's such a trail that most decision-making now leads, either through text messages that are in the hands of people who actually will testify, or other forms of, sort of written documentation. And so I think that creativity in seeking information for such a commission can often overcome some of these refusals to testify. But I do think that, again, the question is whether the commissions are backed with some kind of a subpoena power or other power to compel witnesses to at least show up and refuse to testify, even if they can't be compelled to testify against themselves. Thank you.
So I do think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this commission does have the power to subpoena, but while legislature is in session, there is a parliamentary privilege that allows people to refuse to turn up. Did I get that right, Commissioner?
Yes, that's the parliamentary privilege.
All right, so we have about 10 minutes left. So I will just ask if any of the panelists want to take 2 minutes for some final thought or what you consider to be the key takeaway. Does anyone have any final thoughts? Victor?
This is more to reiterate a question that I think you were alluding to. And let me put the point hypothetically. So going back to Wednesday's session and Professor Leah West's suggestion that this might be a federalism failure, the question that I have, and I don't have the answer to, is what form of accountability can there be for inadequate interjurisdictional coordination? I think that's what we're getting at, in fact, when you were talking about these subpoena powers, because if the problem is a failure of interjurisdictional coordination, it's not clear to me how you match an institutional form of accountability. And we saw that with the Lancet Commission. So that to me is the essence of the problem.
Kim?
Yes, and actually just following on that, because I do think this goes to my pre-emergencies issue, which is that if something starts off as a problem in one province that doesn't adequately handle it, it may become a national emergency by virtue of not being headed off with lawful powers that take into account charter rights, at some earlier stage. So one of the things that this may suggest is creating structures that can better handle these forms of coordination outside the context of the Emergencies Act, which is to say, to think about, many countries did this, after 9/11, where they tried to look at some of these jurisdictional gaps and to figure out ways to coordinate the responses of provincial authorities, national authorities, tribal authorities we haven't discussed in this particular session. But, in a complex form of government, there are going to be all of these different powers that could be brought to bear to address this kind of crisis. And it might be worth thinking about how to put some coordinating mechanism in place so that the different levels are accustomed to communicating with each other before you actually need them to take some kind of action. So that suggests, in thinking about my sort of pre-emergency framework, that would be one way to handle these situations. Thank you.
Thanks. Morris?
Yeah, thanks. Just on the same point, I think history has shown that after every one of these crises, mechanisms do get put in place. So after the SARS crisis, there was I think a reinforcement of coordination mechanisms between the federal government's public health agency, which was created as a response to SARS, in fact, and provincial public health agencies. Post 9/11, I think there was more, there was a sort of a greater level of collaboration, and the use of either existing mechanisms of intergovernmental cooperation, or in some cases the creation of new committees. There is no shortage. There's a very thick infrastructure of committees of intergovernmental coordination in Canada. The question I think that has to be asked before we start creating new mechanisms is, how are these mechanisms working, and where there have been failures, why are they failing, and how do we fix them? So I agree completely with Kim that you need this. In fact, we have a lot of it, but it isn't necessarily working on all cylinders, and there should be a review or several reviews, because it's not just a question of national security. Public health is a good example of how people are working together in these areas.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oi?
Yeah, so Morris, I really liked your thought about norms of behavior and how informal norms are kind of essential in this area. And I think that there's a really important question, and this might be something the commission might want to think about, is how you structure those norms of behavior in a way that has a degree of permanence, but enough flexibility, because I think that we've talked about accountability in terms of public accountability, legal accountability, but I think the internal accountability of political actors, political parties, and departments is equally important. So I think for me, that's an absolutely essential point.
All right. Well, on that note, perhaps we'll take our break and. Oh, sorry, Karine, go ahead. I missed your hand.
Okay, so I will say, I think that was said again and again. This issue of having a framework for an ongoing place in which these norms and behaviors are going to be generated, but. And that it cannot be legislated, or at least not that it has to be beyond or under legislation. There's something else going on the level of administration and the level of the society itself. But I wanted to say one thing that maybe to connect to the beginning, to the question of threshold, to the question of liminality, that I think we should be careful of. And so Canada does have a very robust set of mechanisms, and it's admirable. And I've been like looking at this from the perspective of outside of Canada in the last week or so, and it was really interesting. But there's something we should not forget, which is that what happened in Canada this year is in a way a part of a global trend which took place in COVID and after COVID of using exceptional emergency mechanisms to deal with different kinds of crisis situations. And this happened, there was a wave post 9/11, this is another wave. And so I think if for Canada would find a way to both pay attention to this, limit this tendency within its own governance, but also to learn from this something more substantive about the way the management of emergencies and crises should be taking into the future. It would be a great thing. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Karine. So we'll take our break now and then turn to questions from the parties.
Okay, so they will rise for a half hour and come back at
noon.
Noon.
High
Thank
noon.
you. Yes. Okay, thank you.
The commission is in recess for 30 minutes. La commission est levée pour 30 minutes.
Hey guys, how was that? Last panel. Now we're on to the last block of questions. It wasn't so bad. We had a advocate there. We had some guy pushing a little bit there, talking about government accountability. You know, talking about how some of this is already available. Laws are already available. Terry liked some of the stuff. He found it familiar with what I've been saying as well. So here we go. And we have a lot of people in the chat today. Some great conversations going on. So we are not going to be on dead air here. Hey, Ward. How you doing, bud? Is this a suggestion here the DEA Act in itself is unconstitutional? Okay, so when you guys were mentioning this, no. But what he was laying out was it's not part of the Constitution, which is, you know, different. I think, yeah, we'll go ahead and talk about that now. So, for example, in France, it's part of the Constitution. Emergency orders or emergency responses, we have it in a statute. The advantage for it being in a statute is if it needs to be changed, it's a process that can go through Parliament. Changing the Constitution is huge, like huge. That's by design. It's one of the hardest things to do by design because it's supposed to be pretty solid. So that's why, kind of like regulations are to statutes, statutes are to the Constitution. Now, all statutes refer to the Constitution and Charter rights because those are fundamentally supreme to any statute that we write. So they're already kind of incorporated in that way. The disadvantage is, okay, so the advantage is they're easy to change as a statute, easier to change than the Constitution. The disadvantage is they're easier to change. Okay, so they become pliable, flexible. And there's two thoughts on that, two different arguments around that. One is, well, if it's an inherent right that should never be touched, then it should be a constitutional right. But if we're dealing with limited access to limiting rights for temporary purposes, for extreme purposes, I kind of see how we needed it to be flexible enough to learn it. Now, maybe France has come up with so many revolutions and they've come to so many understandings on their side that works for them that they were able to embed it into the Constitution. And maybe other countries who were using other countries' examples and templates also did the same thing. I'm not an advocate either way, okay, because it is what it is. It's what we've got. We've got a statute-based Emergencies Act, and now it's going to go through another modification. That would have been a lot harder if it was constitutional-based, right? And let's say these changes are good. Okay, for example, one that he was talking about was requiring the government to respond to the recommendations, to either adopt them or explain why they're not. That's not part of the current one. I don't believe they have to respond. They will. They'll cherry pick what they like and take them, but making it a requirement, kind of cool. And then also specifying the type of inquiry that it has to be, because right now it just really says inquiry. And they could have done something else completely different than the Public Inquiry Act. So there's two schools of thoughts. Should it be constitutional? Should it be statute? But what we definitely don't want is it to be a regulation, because regulation is even way more flexible. The government basically on decree and decision without even parliamentary review can make changes to it. So minimum statute, if we ever get it to the point where, you know, we feel it's strong, I don't know, maybe constitutional, but what's really the point of opening up the Constitution at that point? I don't think this would qualify for a good reason to open up the Constitution, now that I think about it a bit more, because again, we didn't actually have a national emergency, thresholds weren't met, and what we're talking about here is redefining thresholds and triggers. So I don't think that's a large enough issue to open up Constitution. If this completely failed on us and it was a war, some rogue state attacked us, it hurt, we had to go to war for a long time, because of that we needed to redo our Constitution and emergency response, well then maybe under something like that Yeah, okay, let's open up the Constitution and get it right this time. But this wasn't tested. Nothing really broke. So I don't think this is enough to open up the Constitution. Now, understand, folks, when they do that, if they do that, open up the Constitution, this is where you'll get limited rights again, and you'll get other things that you guys won't like. And so this is why it's difficult to open it up again. Hey, Denise, Ward Smith, that is what I'm hearing. Yeah. And then Ellen Ward, it would be a good suggestion if so. Sorry, but Ward, I think I killed your comment there. Has Jordan Peterson weighted anywhere online about some of these discussions? I don't know, Dave, specifically about POC. I'm sure something in passing somewhere. I don't know if he's done a video about it, but now that's wrapping up, he might do something long form about that, may interview some of the people. Looking forward to anything he has put out on this. I'm sure his opinions are going to be very pro-rights, making sure that the government understands that they overreached and they invaded and they stomped on our rights. But I'd love to hear from him. Thank you. Hey, Ellen. Okay, so now I got to ask. Since you're in the biz, how would you rate Trudeau, LOL? So we learned that Terry is in the entertainment business, production and stuff. So Terry is now our authority on 5-starring and minus 5 stars. How many Rotten Tomatoes is that? I don't know. But yeah, we're not pleased with the performance as an actor or a leader. Always astounded these academics believe that the words on parchment paper give rights. They do not understand they are natural, God-given. Moot argument from the get-go if you leapfrog over that point. I agree. This is why we got to stop letting the tail wag the dog, Terry. The government acts like, and a lot of people treat it like, they're bestowed by the government to us. No, rights are inherent. You get them just for the simple fact of existing. This is how you make sure they're equal and available to everybody. Everybody gets them. The limitation on rights is an agreement through law that the government and people negotiated. We've given them the power to limit our rights under certain circumstances, and that's what laws are. Terry, let's keep reminding everybody this is how it works. Because if you keep believing that they're bestowed upon you, you'll ask for them and then you'll accept no for an answer because you're trying to be reasonable, but it's not how it works. It goes the other way around. Why do they want to trample our rights? And they have to justify that. And right now, we're in a big argument about that. So, Terry, thank you very much for reminding us all how it actually works. We were born with these rights. Hey, Denise, exactly. God-given rights are rights. They cannot be taken away. They can be given up, but again, cannot be taken away. Only privilege can be taken away. Canadians handed over their liberty because they were scared. Yeah, that's part of the problem here, Denise, is being scared, they complied. They complied with non-legal things like mandates. And that helped provide the power and the support to the government to continue to do it. Because we do live in a democracy and popularity, and that's kind of how we run it, majority rules almost. All the government's got to do is keep enough people numb to what's going on and supporting them, and then they can use that and build on that as support. It is a weird way, but it's very manipulative, right? So the media plays a huge role in that. People had the truth, and people were able to look through information and make up their own decisions. I really strongly believe that this particular government would have been exposed a long time ago. So the 2019 deal with the media is really where all of that really started. And that's where the downhill trend around trusting the media with the government really started for me. Maybe even earlier, especially if you're looking at CNN and global news. But in Canada, it got really, really bad 2019 and on. And then Terry, yep, fully agrees with Denise. Oh, by the way, I'm an old guy with a boot up. Oh, that's where the comments came from, because I was wondering why everybody was saying you described yourself incorrectly. Now I understand where that comes from. Okay, cool, Terry. And then Jason, what is your opinion on EA being a statute, so not constitutional in regards to war and art agreement? I just covered that. My take on it, though, Terry, is I think it's fine the way it is, because obviously we need to tighten it. Okay, so if it was in the Constitution and abused this way, that'd be a much more difficult thing to do, tightening it. But at the same time, because it's flexible, it can be broadened. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. We got to fix it. They're going to try and fix it the other way. We'll have a chance to fix it through the parliament. So I'm glad that that exists. So right now, I'm glad it's a statute. Hey, good morning, Tammy. Good to see you. And I believe Railroad came in around the same time. Good morning, Railroaded. And Railroaded, I'll publicly apologize. I meant to connect with you last night. I really, really understand the importance of what you brought to me. I sincerely just fell asleep. So the wife had a great meal. I filled up. I was so full and I fell asleep. So please, anytime that we can make it happen today, I'll do that with you. Phil, provincially, they had the tools. The fact that those tools weren't used shows us that not all options were exhausted, for sure. And the first time the government explained their gaps show their failure or not ours, for sure. And this exposed a whole whack of failures. And we started to see this come out, Phil, in the very first week. Okay. As soon as we started hearing from OPS, very first week, we saw the narrative being developed that they were going to build the entire invocation based off the institutional failures. And that's what we're seeing here. They're blaming gaps. They're blaming command. They're blaming resources. They're blaming misunderstandings. They're blaming confusion and intelligence. They're blaming the entire infrastructure, the entire institution itself. We saw that coming. And now they're just capping it off. And they're going to cap it off with trying to get us to believe that if we let the people who failed take another crack at creating new laws, that they won't fail a second time. Well, the truth is, they should be more malleable. They need to be able to respond to the situation instead of pretending like we need to understand all situations ahead of time and we need to plan it all out. We heard even testimony, a little clip this morning from Azario, where they're still blaming the incomplete plan. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I think that is very weak, and it could be just a cover, because that's not really how it would happen. Let's just say, let's just make up an enemy from space. Okay, look, guys, I'm not throwing that out there as a conspiracy thing. I just want you to go through this next exercise with a true idea of what an actual attack might be, because we don't have any rogue states on the globe right now that would genuinely be able to do one. We're gonna have to make one up. Now, if something from space decided to start attacking us, take us to your leaders. They went to the capital of all the provinces, went to the capital of the country. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of things going on. We would not sit there and go, okay, who's got the plan? Does that seem to be complete? That doesn't seem to be complete. Well, let's see, what about your plan? That was not how it would happen. They would be running autonomously, individual pods, like little units, taking commands and acting autonomously, dealing with the situation that's really, really happening. Canada would come together and deal with it. We wouldn't need a piece of paper being enacted and declared in order for Canada to just simply do what was needed to take care of the problem. Okay? Because that's exactly what would happen. We would fight to the end, stand on guard for thee. We would do that. We do not need statute or constitution or regulation to tell us what to do. We would just respond to it. Really, what they're doing here is they're trying to figure out mechanisms for accountability and for payment. Who's paying for this later? Who's paying for those? Who's going to cover that cost? Where are these resources? How they allocate it? This is really all they're really talking about here, because we would respond just fine to the best of our ability, army and all. We would deal with the situation. What we're witnessing here is really just, I would say, like kid gloving an entire group, generation, and making us all believe that because we haven't faced true fear and true attack or true national emergency, because we haven't seen one in our generation and the generation before us, it was the ones before them that actually saw it. We forgot. And now they're trying to tell us this is the modern national emergency. And some of the very scary conversation coming out of this is around using economic triggers. We get to that a little bit later too. But they absolutely had the tools, Phil, because there wasn't really an emergency. Okay. So, of course, the provincial tools, they didn't even need to invoke emergency stuff on the provincial level to really deal with it. They could have just talked to them. Hey, Hillbilly, welcome back. Really nice that you keep coming back. Thank you for your comments, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you have to say. And then Denise, the mandates are not laws. Let's keep reminding people. They're decrees, they're orders. They don't have any grounding in a statute. Okay, there's no ticket. You're not going to be brought into court for violating it. They may threaten you with that, and those will be tested in court when they happen. That's how our legal system works. The government does lots of things that gets thrown out in court. Okay, lots of things. This is why we have judicial process. Okay, simply because you can easily give them the out of they're not perfect. So every once in a while we have to review, and they get overturned or thrown out or slap on the hand. But for the real purpose is, but of course they will. Unchecked power is going to lead to more rights and more dictatorship going on. So we have to keep the check and balances going. Anytime we let it go unchecked is when it gets beyond control. So not laws, they'll be tested in court. If they want to send tickets to people, they can test them in court. Don't be afraid of mandates. Mandates are suggestions. They're not legal requirements. Okay, we do have ways to make laws and legal requirements. Declaring them isn't one of them. Hey, Terry, you got some foundational understanding there, Denise. And now that we have to remind these mainly academics of that, it's a hard road, though, it seems. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of using the academic pool as really the biggest source for these panels. There's a time and place for academics, for sure. Everybody has a bit of a place in the societal knowledge, and they play a role because they're really the researchers, they're the thinkers. They sit there and ponder and theorize. But I've worked with the Ontario Centres of Excellence, and really the biggest task that they did was take ideas and research out of the universities, match it up with the private sector and people who actually do it. It's called go to market, and that's basically take the idea and go to market with it. It was never the academics who can go to market with it. They're not entrepreneurial. They're not able to attract investors and other things. It takes a certain breed to be entrepreneurial. It takes a certain breed to be research. And then we would work with them to bridge that gap. That was one of the things we did at the Ontario Centres of Excellence, was we would review the application and grant requests for the private and educational institution on project. Happens all the time. And this is how we bring ideas to market. So where's the other half? I really wanted to see a tow truck operator. I really wanted to see some private sector saying, yeah, my factory was shut down, like Stellantis or something. I would have actually accepted them on a panel. We're not having those discussions. We're just having academic discussions around policing, rights, and thresholds. Hey, Terry, just because there were, 10 challenged areas in all of Canada, Ottawa on their own when the EA invoked, and you can call that a national emergency. That is a dilemma. They've really established now at this point, Terry, that there wasn't a physical emergency. This was all projected, potential, possible, and then they expanded and exploited any potential ignorant ideas that the economics were harmed as well. We've already heard plenty of times that they had extra shifts and caught up on the work in the factories. We were talking days, not weeks, and nobody was really fired. They've never presented a single person, not even a representative from the union complaining about it, because it never happened. I know how these factories work. If they did shut down a line or two, the people just went home with pay. Excuse me, I got something in my throat today. The only emergency was and still is the unqualified and overreaching government. That is true, okay? Look, I think that is true. And I think that if there was a justification for the EA, it would have been the failure of the government, not the protest. And it would have been the failure of the government in the reaction proportionality of their response. That would have been the actual failure, because they over-responded, because they overstretched police resources, because they overused everything. They actually generated an emergency for themselves. That would have been the only, in my mind, way to actually justify it. That would also require them all to step down as no confidence, because it required a complete admission that the entire government has been destroyed by itself. That there's complete incompetent, yada, yada. That's why we didn't see that. But that is true, Denise. That's exactly the actual emergency that existed, was the overreaction, unqualified, overreaching, psychopathic response from our government to a simple protest. This wasn't even a violent protest like we've seen these in Canada. Goodness. You're absolutely right, Denise. And this is where, civilian inquiry and stuff, where we can start talking like that, would help. The events last January, February were an economic emergency at worst. But Ward, they got cleaned up. Okay, so even Stats Canada doesn't support you on that. Well, you're hearing what they're saying. So Stats Canada doesn't support them on their narrative at all. That came out in testimony. And they also came out in testimony that the backlogs were cleared, and really important stuff was going by air, and they also had other channels. Things were just being delayed. It's really the worst of it. They can go around other places. So economically, I can see how they're making that argument, but it didn't hold water. It started off at like 700 million a day, and we got all the way down to 35 million a day, and then it got down to 35 million a day, but they caught up. So I don't even see that there was an economic issue there at all. The economic issue that could have been recorded would have been because of the trucker mandates. Not enough truckers crossing the border moving goods because of the mandates. That would have been an economic impact, not the momentarily and temporarily created blockages. And you agree the frozen bank accounts was the main narrative the government wanted stuck in citizens' mind. This one scared people to their core. This is in our fiber now, because now we have the understanding that the government can touch the banks, and the banks will comply. I still believe that the banking industry, all of them, get together, class action, a lawsuit against the government, say, as the banking industry, and once you forced onto us, we are pushing back, and sue for the damages caused. I understand that they gave you immunity, but sue them, fund that, and then Canada will trust you all again. Every single bank that joins that lawsuit against the government for forcing them to attack their customers would absolutely trust those banks again. But we're not going to see that because you're just too scared of the government. And that's unfortunate, because I think this is where some democracy could happen. Our banks could fight back in a very strong way to the government for what they did. In fact, the banks pushed back enough to cause them to revoke it, is what the rumor is. So the banks have a tremendous amount of power, and I think they should, for the sake of their customers, stand up for us on that one. I would love to see TD, BMO, CIBC, Scotia all team up on a lawsuit. Wouldn't you? You might move back to their bank if you ever left, if they did that. If they win or not, all the way to the Supreme Court, we would still trust the banks a lot more if they stood up for us in the lawsuit after. Did you hear that EA is a statute? Yeah, we covered this one, so Harry. So sorry, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss that question from you, so I started a second time there. Yep, and yep. It's a statute, and the other countries have a part of the Constitution. There's a reason for it, and we did chat about it. Besides, they would kick me out of the house. Oh, so we're talking about Terry running for office in some way. Kick you out of the house in the first 15 minutes of arrival. I'm a writer. I enjoy that. I'm in good space. I find other ways to be an effective freedom fighter. That's awesome, Terry. But you don't have to do just federal. You can look at school boards. You can look at municipal. Counselor is a rewarding position. A local counselor is a rewarding position. You can affect change even on those levels. And doing what you're doing too, supporting us, supporting other people that you think have a good message is another great way to do it, Terry. And you're here, so you're already ahead of the game when it comes to most. So thank you, Terry. Oh, and then now I'm pitching to you to see if you want to help this guy out. But yeah, you write fiction, which for the parties, they might be all over you. Maybe you have a future with one of the parties. But yeah, what I would be looking for is just someone to help me collect thoughts and start blogging more, because I got to find ways to take all of the thoughts from video and share it even more. Substack, something like that. But we talk about a lot of things, and it's only really in video and audio right now. I would argue that fiction writers already writing for a current government. I guarantee it. Okay, they have to talk about potential and possible a lot. Good morning, Eleanor. Good morning. Should be clipping good today. I'm glad you were excited about today. We did have some stuff that we can look at and clip for sure. Both sides. Some crazy talk and some inspirational stuff. But this guy here, I didn't like at all. He's pushing for intergovernmental relationships that would have stopped the COVID emergency, thus no protest emergency. bold, incorrect thing to say. There's no way for him to validate and confirm what he's saying there. And I think he's dead wrong anyways. And what he's doing there is he's trying to take advantage of the situation to push a globalist agenda. Clearly, this person is on the governments are just one step. We know better globalist agenda for sure. Because that would be the only type of person that would point to COVID as being something that they would have stopped if you had the power given to them before that. That is insane talk. Very scary to see that on the panel. Clearly that this guy is friends of, associated with, interested in, or just a fan of the global agenda, because that's exactly what he's speaking about there. There's no way you can say that, and there's also no way you can sell that. Okay? You can say whatever you want to say, but there's no way we're going to buy that. Had we given global power to a select few who were able to use interprovincial or intergovernmental relationships to stop COVID, okay, that right there would be what I expected from the manufacturers of the emergency in the first place, and then using that as a way to get in what they've always wanted, which would be global control. So didn't like hearing that at all. Highlight him right there. Don't listen to a word that man says. We're going to review that stuff, and we'll find out who he is at some point in the future. And at minimum, he's a fanboy. Most likely, he's associated with somehow. Hey, Terry. So we have two Terrys now. This is Terry from Facebook. So Terry from Facebook, I'm going to have to call you Terry from Facebook because we've well established Mayor Terry is here, and he's on YouTube. Has no one brought up that the rolling layoffs that had occurred for years in the auto industry on both sides of the border? So because of lockdowns and COVID and stretch supply lines globally, not just domestically, yes, the entire industry had its own issues unrelated to COVID for sure. And as Terry's pointing out here, they were doing things called like rolling layoffs where some people were laid off and then another group and another group, because under union deals, they do their very best to make sure people are still getting paychecks. This is also proof that nobody was going to be fired in the week or so that a bridge was intersection was blocked. Absolutely not. They would have absolutely been able to work with it. And they also had other routes and other ways to get stuff. So Terry's right here. For years, they've been doing what they had to do with the global supply issue. And that didn't cause that didn't cause a national emergency. That didn't cause us to try and make sure that trade with the U.S. is working better. Frankly, Terry, I think what we've learned over the last few years is we should be doing essentials at home, not relying on borders. And by the way, Canada, if your argument is our border is so important to our survival that we can't survive without it, you've put yourself in a horrible position because you're not in control over who closes that border. There's other countries that border you that decide to close those borders. So that would be a very unwise thing to ever put our Canadian people into, which would be if another country decides to just simply close the border to us, that would economically destroy us and we would be a sitting duck. The War of 1812, we won that one. But, you know, did you just say to the U.S., close our border, stop trading with us, and you can have us? Silly talk. That's very silly talk. It's not the real situation, the state of our country. So I don't like them talking that way. No way to add. Okay, so here's the danger talk. So here's where they're putting in basically unverifiable and foreign influence into our EA. And that is to allow the economic emergency be part of the definition. And what I mean by that is what we just watched here was the economic emergency that Freeland testified to was foreign influence investors. She said, because they told me they weren't going to invest in, she said, Banana Republic, they were harming Canada's economy, and that was the reason why we have an economic emergency. Therefore, we need to invoke the EA. Okay? Now, if they actually put that into the EA and says, hey, on an economic emergency, this is now clearly defined as one of the reasons why we can do this, well, then it's just going to take one phone call or made up phone call in order to declare that and say that. And we watched it already. So foreign influence on our government using the threat of employment or investment with Canadians or in Canada would be enough to trigger, according to the talk they had at this point. This is also why it's not there, because economic can be harmful, it can disrupt, it can do things, but it should never be an economic emergency. We shouldn't even be set up that way. That should be an impossibility. And that's likely why in the 80s, that wasn't part of the definition, because it shouldn't be a real threat. Not on the national emergency level. Again, we're talking about the highest threshold. I'm sure somewhere down the pipe is a threshold for something else. Maybe conversations with the U.S. or opening up trade negotiations, but not a national emergency. And I also want to remind you, it was a War Measures Act. It was meant for war. They took the word war out when they changed the name. We should remember it was meant for war. And war is not something that we do to ourselves unless it's a civil war. So, okay, there's no civil war here. They're just really, really trying to expand on the use of that act to justify their misuse of it. Yeah, railroad. It was a cold one. It's a cold one. Yep. And I believe you found it was even colder in the morning. Minus 35. There we go. Yeah, now we're getting to antifreeze doesn't work anymore. It's like minus 30 to 40, some of them. Cold weather oil in your vehicles now. Yeah, car wouldn't start. Day begins with the Canadian. And I remember Winnipeg, we had it a lot where everything was plugged in because we have block heaters in all cars and there's plugs everywhere. Then we went to Ontario. They don't do that. They don't do that as much. So I guess it doesn't get to deep freeze as much as Winnipeg did. Alberta, there's definitely block heaters and plugs. Even on a tractor, we got one. But yeah, it's a nice cold one. And there you go, Jay. He agrees with your point. So Terry, we had to dig into what that meant because I missed that part of the conversation. A little bit late, but morning all. There's a coffee. This is my second cup, Clay. Yeah, and it's cold. I don't mind cold at all. I like it. Some people like cold coffee. Not cold brew, which I learned what that meant, but it's cold coffee. Good morning, Clay. And hey, Ellen, you shouldn't get to stomp on people's right and simply write it off as a learning experience. Isn't that sad? All of them, the police, every level has basically now said, we're not looking back, we're looking forward, and we'll make changes and adjust and learn and study and be more accredited, more conformed, more standardized. We'll do all these things better. Where's going to be the apology or the acknowledgement? You know, maybe that's what the commissioner might have to say or something. But yeah, no, Ellen, and I think the next election will be loud and clear. And I think as long as we keep talking about it and keep spreading the message, we will keep showing our displeasure with what they did. So even though they want to turn their eye to it and ignore it, we won't let that happen. Exactly, Denise. You were with us. Team Levine, Team Padge, Team Freedom. We're there. We're getting there. Okay, so here I liked what he was pointing out. If it was not approved by the Senate, it was not ratified. That's a definite huge debate. That's got to be figured out. Was it ever actually ratified? And the answer appears to be no. Was it ever approved for use? And it appears to be no. I think that's an argument that's going to be made because it will directly reflect whether or not they could do what they did at the time. Now, thinking about it in its sole purpose, I don't think the Emergencies Act intent was to delay because of process the use. So that's why it's going to be a debate. Like, should it be delayed? Should we have some sort of threshold in time? But what if it's the aliens attacking, right? Do we really want to say we're going to wait a week? No, we would respond very, very quickly. So I like the argument here. I think it's going to be the legal question.
The commission is reconvened. La commission
and here we
reprend.
go. Last 30 minutes. Let's check it out.
Okay, so we're back. Voilà de retour.
We are back. This is the last part of our meeting. Madam Chair,
Thank you very much.
please go ahead.
So we'll now turn to some questions from the parties. So the first question is, how would you respond to the suggestion that redacted information before the commission limits the power of the commission to exercise its accountability function? particularly with respect to sections 37 and 38 of the Canada Evidence Act that refer to public interest immunity and national security. Would anyone like to address that? And also irrelevance. That's relevant. Ward, I feel like you have a thought.
A thought. It would be hard to say that it does not affect the ability of the commission to reach a conclusion. Having said that, there are issues of national security. There are cabinet issues. There are cabinet documents, cabinet issues. There are solicitor-client privilege issues, and that rise beyond that are simply issues that that the government is unable to make public, and so there are always going to be cases where commissions and or courts will struggle to deal with issues or have problems in dealing with issues. I guess it then comes back to the question of for the commission to decide whether those issues rise to the level that it wishes to make a comment about its inability to conclude on an issue. That would only be, in my view, if in fact it did, in the commission's view, impede their ability to come to conclusion. But I can think of information of a variety of sorts that governments will never turn over or make available to anybody outside government. Just simply a reality of the system.
Weighing and balancing priorities and norms, I suppose. I see Kim has her hand up.
Yeah, so this is an issue when it comes to executive branch accountability all over the world. And I would suggest that there may be steps that can be taken between disclosing everything and disclosing nothing. And in fact, Canada's already done this with regard, for example, to terrorism trials, where there are specially cleared counsel with security clearances who can see this information so that a proper defense is permissible. And also the concept of gisting, right, of at least summarizing what's there in a way that doesn't disclose, for example, sources and methods. So I guess I would urge you to think about some intermediate steps if, in fact, the withholding of classified information interferes. And I think this is an especially sensitive case, right? Because especially with regard to something like a public order emergency, which has a very high likelihood of relying on security sensitive information, it will essentially make it impossible for anyone to tell whether the government was reasonable at the moment that it launched an emergency if the information available to the government at the time it made that calculation isn't something that the Commission of Inquiry could see. So again, I think there may be ways to redact some information that would, like, for example, sources and methods, which may be less crucial than the content of the information that caused the government to be alarmed. But there has to be, it seems to me, some way to get classified information into this process so that the Commission of Inquiry can make a responsible judgment.
Thanks. Morris?
Yeah, I just want to get in on this a little bit. There are always going to be some categories of information that are absolute no-goes, and Kim just mentioned two, sources and methods. But I think it's important, and Mel Kapp wrote a piece in Policy Options a few months ago about this, that it shouldn't simply be up to the government, that there should be an independent ability to adjudicate through a court to look at the balance of interests, the government's interest in maintaining the confidentiality of the information as against the importance of the information to the proceedings of the commission. And I know that there's been some cabinet confidential information that's been provided to this commission. I think this has happened at least 3 times before. I know it happened, for example, with respect to the MacDonald-Royal Commission on the RCMP back in the 1980s. And then, as Kim said, there are a variety of methods to provide information while still providing protection. It can be, you can require people to sign confidentiality agreements. You can appoint a special counsel so that even if the parties themselves can't see it, an independent counsel could look at the information. Court could redact part of the information and choose to make other parts of it public. But I think it's important, that the executive shouldn't be the sole decider of this. There should be some opportunity for an independent adjudication of these issues.
Thank you. On a related question, so the government did give this commission access to inputs before cabinet, including a partial disclosure of information subject to cabinet confidence, and of course they waived parliamentary privilege. So are there mechanisms that you panelists can think of to make this sort of thing a precedent for future commissions? Apparently not.
In some sense, the mere fact that it happens even up to a certain point means that in future there is a precedent for doing something similar, which is part of, in a sense, the slippery slope argument. The instant you do anything, you do create a precedent for the future. I think ultimately the reality is here on all these issues is the government pays a price if it doesn't provide some information. If it provides none and the commission says something, or a commission says something about the failure to provide information, the government pays a price. So the government is, again, this is a political system. It is the government, the price the government will ultimately pay is a political price, and that's the way the system works.
Right. So this is an example of public accountability, even in those areas where full legal accountability might not be possible. Karine, I see you have your hand up.
You're on mute.
Sorry, thank you. I agree with Ward that it's going to happen because of the tendency to normalize. But I wouldn't agree that it's definitely something you could call a slippery slope, or you could define within a slippery slope, because the problem is not the normalization. The question is what is being normalized. Normalization will happen anyway whenever emergencies are being managed, because of the tendency of the management processes to become better, at doing something, managing something. So I think we should understand that the flow of information is a critical feature of every emergency. And the question is, what is the structure for it, and what are the mechanisms that enable it, restrict it, or create communication and coordination around it? They're kind of obvious, of course, but it's important to, and I think it was also, again, stressed yesterday in the interjurisdiction response roundtable, when the structure for this multi-jurisdictional framework was portrayed, one of the first features of it was this ability to exchange information in a clear way, in a way that flows, that is not only stuck in one place. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, the next question. Does it make sense to have the same accountability mechanisms regardless of the kind of emergency? So we have certain emergencies that are politically tinged and other ones which are, I don't want to say apolitical, because I don't think there's ever an apolitical emergency, but we could say less centrally political. Does it make sense that the Act has the same accountability mechanisms for all these kinds of emergency?
I think the simple answer is yes. I don't think you can write a piece of legislation that, I think it's hard to systematize kind of multiple choice. I think you have to pick your mechanisms of accountability, and those are the mechanisms of accountability. Some may work less well in some cases than others, but I don't think you can do a kind of multiple choice accountability.
I suppose that's one advantage of having different kinds of accountability. Morris?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's hard to anticipate exactly how these things are going to roll out. So I can imagine, for example, a public welfare emergency, if one were to be declared, that started to impose draconian measures on people that were limiting of rights, perhaps, and there's room there for a proportionality or minimal impairment analysis. So there'd be a role for judicial review in a case like that. I can think of other examples of, public welfare emergencies, natural disasters, where judicial review really wouldn't be a particularly relevant factor. I do think, and I think that the kind of review that you'd have in Parliament in a public welfare emergency, it might be a lighter hand of review. You might see, if you were dealing with a natural disaster, than you would in something like a public order emergency that is more directly impinging on rights. But I agree that I think keep them all. There's a menu of things and they can be applied as needed depending on the circumstances.
Kim?
Yes, so I think emergencies are like water. They seek the lowest point. And if you have a kind of, lesser emergency that has fewer oversight mechanisms, you could imagine more serious emergency or more political, shall we say, emergencies being disguised as the less political ones. So I think it's actually important to have all the mechanisms in place, because one of the questions, as it has been in this inquiry, is this the right category of emergency? And if you have different accountability mechanisms for different emergencies, you make that a much harder thing to ask. So all the accountability mechanisms, I think, should remain.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next question is a bit of a rephrasing or regrouping around a topic we briefly touched on earlier. So, so one way of understanding so we were talking earlier about economic emergencies that begin as economic and economic emergencies that arise from, for example, public order circumstances. So we might think of this as an economic emergency versus a question of economic security. So the question is, should the impact on the economy be considered in declaring a public order emergency? So is an impact on the economy an aspect of a threat to national security? Victor?
Again, I think emergencies tend to bleed into one another. And so the economic factors, you can imagine a very serious economic emergency where millions of people are losing jobs or losing their livelihoods. That kind of emergency can transform into a public order emergency. So I think in that sense, it needs to be taken into account. But again, I think it's hard to say that emergencies don't morph into other kinds of crises. And I think this public health emergency that's transformed into a public order emergency is a perfect example.
Oi?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way the threats to the security of Canada is framed, there's kind of a connection between conduct and outcomes. And so if you were to think about economic impact as an overarching goal, I guess just the question I would have is, do you think it's within the same sort of structure as the rest of the threats to the security of Canadians? More generally, I think, if we think back to the anti-inflation reference, the Parliament can enact legislation. So I think you can ask the question without putting it within the structure of emergency legislation.
Thanks. Kim?
Yes, I was just going to say the same, which is that I think there are other mechanisms for handling economic crises, even shock economic crises. But it does seem to me that there may be an economic component. Again, proportionality analysis is the guide here. some economic impacts actually affect fundamental rights. And so if that is true, then it may be the case that, taking into account the hit to rights is requiring something like government action to preserve the rights in question may actually be something that would figure into the emergency declaration. But that's where I keep coming back to this point that proportionality analysis is not required anywhere in the Emergencies Act on the part of the executive. And yet I think that would just solve a lot of these kinds of problems because everything would go into the proportionality analysis calculation.
I think that's a very interesting and wise way of approaching this. So the next question. I'm sorry. Corinne, go ahead.
Sorry. No, just to support Kim on this issue of proportionality. Putting in this standard into not only the place where it will come up naturally in assessing the measures taken, but also in the declaration itself. I think that's very important.
Thank you. Okay, so now we turn to a fifth question. So what about suggestions? So we've been talking a lot about how we might be able to tweak the Emergencies Act potentially to strengthen accountability, but what about turning our attention to the Inquiries Act, for example? So if we want to strengthen the commission or any future commission's ability to do its work and to hold some future government to account, might it make sense for us to look at, or to encourage a look at the Federal Inquiries Act, which has a lower, or which has fewer powers than, for example, provincial inquiries legislation. So do we have thoughts there in terms of potentially strengthening the Inquiries Act at the federal level?
I don't know that I have a whole lot to say on this because, I mean, the question I would have is, obviously there are some people here who think that the Inquiries Act, which is actually being used here, has deficiencies. I mean, it has some strengths relative to informal inquiries, obviously. So it'd be interesting to know, to do a comparison of like what are best practices with respect to Inquiries Act, what are the gaps, the alleged gaps that are of concern to some of the participants here. And then you can do an analysis as to whether there should be changes to the Inquiries Act to make it more appropriate. I mean, because it should be presumably the vehicle that's used for future Section 63 inquiries. If it can be bolstered, let's do it. I mean, a recommendation that could come out of this commission is that the government should do a review of the Inquiries Act to see if it's actually up to the standard of the best practices in inquiries legislation. But I'd have to know what the specific deficiencies are to answer.
Kim? Your mic's off.
Yeah, sorry. So it seems to me that actually here too, I think there's some general principles we can think about. So one is, if there are more protections for the inquiry in the Inquiry Act than there are in the Emergencies Act, then it seems to me that the Emergencies Act should be at least as robust as the Inquiries Act. That said, there may be some special reasons for strengthening the powers in the case of these emergency inquiries, precisely for some of the reasons we just discussed, which is something like a public order emergency is very likely to have information that will raise classification issues. And you may want stronger powers for the emergency commissions than for ordinary inquiry commissions, right? So it seems to me that what this suggests is that the two acts be looked at together and to think about the different contexts in which they would be used to make sure there isn't a way to evade powers by just going to the lowest common denominator and making sure that an inquiry into something like these states of emergencies, particularly where they involve security-related information, have robust powers that may be exceptional compared to other inquiries.
Thank you very much. Any other thoughts? All right. Then on that note, we'll turn things back over to Monsieur le Commissaire.
Monsieur le commissaire est très heureux.
Monsieur the Commissioner is quite happy. I'm quite.
I guess all of the submissions, comments, recommendations that have been made by this group. I want to thank you all for your thoughtful participation. Obviously, you've put a lot of time in preparing and taken the time to participate. So thank you very much to all the participants, the panelists. Merci beaucoup à tous, and a special
thank you very much all.
To Professor Lazar, who's put a lot of work to make sure this would be as productive as it has been. So thank you in particular to her for her ability as chair of this committee or this panel. Now, this panel, in fact, concludes the Commission's policy phase. And I just, if you can actually get up and leave if you like. This is just going to be a brief closing statement that is, because this is in fact the last public segment of the Commission's work. And over the last week, I've heard the views and perspectives of nearly 50 experts from a wide range of disciplines and perspectives. The discussions have taken place during these roundtables, and they have been of great assistance to me as I consider the recommendations that I might make in a final report. So I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank all of the participants in the hearings. I won't repeat them all, but in particular the participants of the roundtables. Each of them devoted a great deal of effort and time to prepare for the hearings this week, and they took time out of their busy schedules, as did you all here, to join us in person or online. I appreciate the willingness of all who have volunteered their time and energy to assist me in discharging my mandate. I want to also thank the Commission's Research Council for their efforts to organize and coordinate these policy hearings. Without their hard work, this week would not have been possible. In particular, I wanted to thank Senior Commission Counsel Dan Shepard, who put a great deal of effort in coordinating this, and also the chair of the committee, Geneviève Cartier, who came in and took over this task and did an admirable job. So this concludes the Commission's public hearings. I'm told that since we started on October 13th, seems like a long time ago, we've held over 300 hours of hearings and entered more than 9,000 exhibits into evidence. J'entamerai maintenant ma réflexion.
I would like to start thinking about all the information that I received during these past 36 days, and I'm waiting with interest to get the observation by the parties on the political aspect of my mandate. These are due in about a week. Once these observations received, I will concentrate my efforts on preparing my final report, which will be filed at the beginning of the next year. I hope that this report will help the understand the events of January and February 2022, and particularly to understand what the federal government has done, why it has done so, and if these actions were justified. I would like to thank all those men and women who have taken part in this process.
Thank you to everyone who participated in this process. I want to thank you all. Je vous remercie tous. We will adjourn for the day and until the report is filed, I guess. Thank you all. Merci.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is adjourned. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est ajournée.
All right. It's over. Officially over. We were told public part is over now. We won't be seeing anymore. So no more surprise running around on Monday railroaded. It's official. It's over. is over. So the public portion is now closed. There's, of course, the legal submissions that are coming. And then you also mentioned there's some political submissions over the next couple of weeks. So I'm not really sure what that is, but we'll read them. 9,000 documents entered into evidence. And as our new friend from Facebook says, I brought this up there, Tim, because it's kind of appropriate right now. Lots of redactions. He didn't feel there was transparency. If it goes Trudeau's way, he's not going to believe it. He doesn't think they're doing their job. Tim, you found the right group. We're all feeling the same way. Sorry you just caught us on day 36 at the very end, but good news for you. There's 35 days that you can rewatch and join us. But yeah, thank you, Tim. That's kind of pretty much where we're at as well. The information we did get, there was quite a bit of damning information, so that's good. And then there's still the future possibility of seeing a lot of the stuff unredacted. There are going to be challenges towards a lot of that stuff. And technically, this inquiry can be reopened under a judicial review. So we're going to wait for the report. My understanding is the draft of that report goes to the cabinet on February 6th. And then February 22nd or 23rd, one of those 2 days, it will be released to Parliament. Okay, so we will be getting some of those answers, and then from that day on, there's a 2-week or 14-day period where judicial review can be filed, and then it's closed. Thank you for that comment, Tim. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Well, folks, I'm going to finish up with our start. Okay, I'm not done. Commissioner might be done. He might be kicking off his socks. He might be dotting some I's, crossing some T's, and going home. I'm not done. It's Canada we're here for, so let's keep going. Civilians. So we were talking about, at one point they were talking about adding civilians to the process. More civilians to the process. I would like to see that added for real, though. Okay, not just figuratively or one member of is for real. Okay, Terry, and you like that too. He was mentioning something similar to your point, Jay, about things not needing to be changed. Everything in place that is required to deal with the issues that have and may come up. Yeah, so that's my focus all along here, Terry. And let me see if I can get this guy to join us over here on the video. There he is. All right, I'm getting better at that. And look at what you got. You're a little bit similar too. You got your blue and white going.
Got the blue and white plaid today, so plaid guaranteed here on the Jason Levine stream. So
it's Team Levine right now. Actually, go ahead and chat for a bit. I got a link I'm going to share with everybody.
Yeah, sure. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, I haven't been able to really join in much this morning. Just I've been busy as all get out with my real job. So I've got a little bit here where I can just jump in on everything. So I've caught bits and pieces today again of some of the proposals that they were bringing forward. I did like the one thing that I really liked was the accountability piece of really forcing the government to take like an inquiry's recommendations back and show that they're actually doing something about it and having some teeth around, kind of like our teeth are recourse, right? Too often we see inquiries happen and nothing gets done, or there's really no perception that things are done. Maybe there are slight little things that are done behind the scenes, but the public isn't really brought into the know on that. So I think that would give a lot more, or lend a lot more credibility to this process.
Yeah, but a little bit too late, a little too late, because it won't apply to this one, right? So what they're talking about there is filling up the gaps that this one's exposing, because this particular government can just ignore it. There's no requirement to even respond to the recommendations, let alone adopt any of them. Mm-hmm. So what you were hearing there was the deficiencies in the current one that they're already recognizing. And ditto the commission itself. I liked one of her questions at the end, the moderator, but what other teeth could the commission have in the future? In addition to, just requiring the review of the report, what other teeth could the commission have going forward? Yeah. Yeah. And I liked a lot of that talk, but I do disagree with some of it. So I do have a note on that.
Sure. I put in the comment, I think that, having, subpoena power and, punishment more or less for perjury to the commission, those are levers. I believe that they do have the ability to level perjury charges, I think, at for participants in the commission. So that exists. It's just somebody needs to bring that action forward, right? And that's not necessarily going to be the commissioner, and it wouldn't be the government and council either. They're not going to be bringing up those charges. So, but
no, and that's not part of their mandate either.
No, I think similar to what you mentioned with like Larry Brock's comments yesterday, where he has the ability to actually follow up on failures of the law, or when somebody has broken the law, he does have the ability to actually take some action against that. So participants within the commission would have that ability to do. And I think we're going to see that a little bit, perhaps with the submissions that come in down the road, like from Freedom Corp or perhaps the JCCF or those entities that are there. So,
yeah. And one person mentioned today how it was good that we have those groups, and kind of implying that we're a little bit unique that we have that. But I do also want to highlight the fact that civilians have to get together, organize, and create organizations for the purpose of keeping our government accountable also is a testimony to our lack of our media doing the good job. The fact that we need the JCCFs and the Canadian Civil Liberties Association and groups like them, the Defense Fund, there's a whole bunch of them. The fact that we need those is also a testament to the fact that our media is not doing the job, because that really is one of our biggest check and balances. The media is supposed to be exposing and telling the truth. And because we have to fight so hard, the media is not doing their job. Now, I got a little surprise for you guys. Universe railroaded. I think it's another Universe is Calling thing, so let me share it with you. It's on sale, half off, the next 5 days. So I'm going to get a couple of these ones. But look at that. Mark's Work Warehouse has them on sale, half off for the next 5 days. So go ahead and get your own. I'm going to get a couple. Okay, here we go. A little plug. No, we're not sponsored by Mark's, and yes, we'll be wearing the gear. But I thought, hey, it's half off. Maybe that's a sign.
That's a good deal.
Actually,
now, I think I got a Mark's Worth gift card kicking around. I think I can go use to get one too. So,
well, we'll match. We'll twin big time if you actually get the same one. That'll be cool. And then I also want to highlight. I think it was Ellen who shared this video. I'm not obviously going to play the video, but hey guys, check this out. I'll be watching this a little bit later as well. I'll use some of my extra time today to catch up on a video or two, and this might be the first one I check out.
Yeah, I got into the introductions on that last night, but I didn't. Then I switched over to the Senate hearing that was going on.
It sounded fiery. It sounded like people enjoyed that last night.
It was really, really good. I watched the whole thing. There was, questions of Jody Thomas as well. Like, I mean, where, that clip I shared, which was her basically admitting that she, discounted the plan that she didn't read, but thought that it was an incomplete plan.
Right.
Because
have
she
her
didn't
cake
read it.
Eat it too, and don't believe your lying ears.
Right. So that was a little bit crazy, but Larry Brock's questioning was fantastic. He's just like goes at witnesses and just is like, I want you to answer this with a yes or no question, and then he just sets it up like that and knocks him down. But the Give, Send, Go guy was interesting as well. They were trying to actually paint him into the corner of supporting, a murderous riot that happened on January 6th where the police officer was killed. Right. And then even the guy from Give, Send, Go said, well, the police officer that died there, Brian Sicknick, he died 2 days later from a stroke. Yeah. And but then Matthew Green and another one of the MPs that were there were still touting that narrative, saying that it was like, yeah, okay, this police officer was killed. And it was just like, okay, your logic and your reasoning is on full display here, and what narrative you're trying to drive. So, yeah, Matthew Green is a counselor for Hamilton Center, and I've seen some of his work. Like, he's a smart guy, but I don't agree with his policies. He's very, very left. He's an NDP representative. So,
well, how can you say he's a smart guy though? But he's definitely misrepresenting the actual truth.
Well, I can say he's a smart guy, and he's very good at misrepresenting the truth. It does take intelligence to pull that off on a regular basis. But he does come across as credible and articulate, but you can see through it. So that's where I'm getting at. I'm not praising him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, go vote Matt Green in the next election. No, I'm not saying that at all. He's definitely.
No, you're being quite kind, but the intelligence that you're giving him credit for is just the ability to talk and appear to be something he's not. So that would be act. Oh, look, your video went good, and then went, that's great. And that'll be like acting. So you're giving him good credit for that. All good. At the end of the day, I like how they're exposing themselves, and maybe Hamilton will take a good look at that and vote him out. And that will help the politics along.
Hamilton likes their NDPs.
So he's NDP?
Mayor,
okay.
Yeah, the mayor, who is Andrea Horvath now, who is the NDP official or opposition leader for Ontario.
Speaking of NDP, did you hear what Notley did today or said yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that.
Let me bring that up for people who didn't see that yet. Go on.
Yeah, no, is with Notley and basically asking Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh, sorry, to intervene on Danielle Smith's Sovereignty Act. So
Danielle Smith wrote, well, here it is. So she's asking for the federal government to overreach and step into the political field for the province and trying to invoke or revoke something that they can't even touch. What is she actually asking for here? What do you think? Like, she asking for federal court? What is she asking for? A decree? Or is she just talking stuff?
I don't know what act what the federal government could do against a provincial
nothing
regulation. Like,
there is nothing. Go on.
Or is it just signaling? Like, she's saying that this is unacceptable, and help me out with anything that we can do. Like, I don't know. I don't know if her intent is to kind of punish Albertans for having the UCP in power, or what her end game is. But it's just I think as a child that has had their favorite toy just pulled away from them and said, you can't have it, is how she's responding.
Do you think she's trying to divide Alberta between those who fear what Smith is doing and those that know what Smith is truly doing? Is she trying to divide Alberta? Okay.
Yeah, I agree
I thought
with
so
that.
too. Yeah. And I think my comment to one was she's doing exactly that. But I think calling for federal overreach for political purposes has just ended, hopefully, the NDP's party chances on the next election. Because I think this shows her allegiance to Singh and Trudeau, which has an allegiance to WEF. And the stronger that Smith fights against WEF, and so blatantly, the more of this kind of stuff we're going to be seeing. So this is not a surprise at all that she's got this kind of rhetoric going. We're literally trying to rally up Alberta to split between federalism and not federalism, because that's the issue here. Smith is going for sovereignty, which is the removal of federalism. And here's Notley just outright calling for federalism, a tremendous overreach all the way to our legislative body. That's insane. This is a democratically elected, provincially run government. And for anybody to be on the losing end of that and call out to the federal government shows tyranny in my books.
100%.
Railroad, where are you on that one? Everybody else that's in Alberta, where are you on that one? Is she trying to split us up in order to let Justin win? And will it work? I think it's very un-Canadian. That's right, Ellen. No, sis. Her intent is to paint Smith as in bed with terrorists. Very true and un-Canadian. Ellen, we need you in Alberta.
100%. Yeah, I think I might go too. So,
yeah, you thinking about coming out here?
I'm kicking the tires on it. So
really, for real?
We'll see. Yeah, wouldn't be to this. Cool. Wouldn't be to the spring, but I'm not moving in the middle of winter cross country.
No, fair enough, fair enough. But that would be cool. We would welcome you. You might already have the jacket if you go to Mark's later today.
Yeah, I've got the uniform, so no problem. Yep.
No, all cool. We would love to have you. And have you thought about where in Alberta? Do you want to be in the city? You want to be near a city?
No, I don't want to be. I wouldn't mind being outside of a city, but definitely want something with some acreage. That's kind of what I'm after.
How many acres are you looking for?
Depends what I can get and what the pricing is like, right? So it's
the budget requirement will be where you start. Yeah. Well,
you'll
be doing well. Go ahead.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 would probably be about right for me. So
acres?
Yeah.
Okay. Not hundreds of thousands?
No. Not looking to start a ranch or anything like that, but homestead would be about the appropriate thing.
Yep. Well, you can find stuff like that all over Alberta.
Mm-hmm.
The further south you go, the more expensive it is, but the more sun you get, and then the more north you get, the bigger the property will be for the price. So if you want larger areas, central is where we ended up.
Sounds good.
All right. And if you end up becoming Yellowhead, you got one more vote. I'll earn it, though. I'm not going to assume I've earned it already.
You got to earn that vote. Yep. 100%.
As I should be. And by the way, if there's a spring election, I got to get out there somehow, because that will be a fun campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the stars, and then we're gonna call it a day and get to some catching up here. So Terry, he was mentioning something similar to your point, Jay. Oh, right. Every time that we can remind everybody that I had a point that you agreed with, Terry, I like to bring that up. So thanks again. But this was about not needing anything. So we have plenty of laws. We can handle the situation. This was not even close to an emergency as defined and as needed. So yeah, I'm going to stay on the bandwagon of we have plenty of tools and we don't need more. What I do like that we're talking about here is the limitation on government, the accountability on government, and maybe giving some more teeth to the Inquiries Act. And as you'll see later, I'm still pushing for the Citizens Inquiry Act. I know that they commended the Public Inquiry Act. I think that has too much government connection. They're paid by the government, selected by the government. It's not something that we get to select. We didn't even get a chance into the questions and stuff like that. So I think what this public inquiry showed us was the deficiencies on true accountability and transparency, especially with all this redaction. Especially the irrelevant one. I'm going to keep focusing on irrelevant because I want to find out who decides that. But with that said, Terry, we do have plenty of things in place that could have handled the situation. So I'm glad that they were talking to the commissioner about that. And then Darth, I really liked a lot of your chants here. You're really getting us to think on this stuff. If this is the end, if this ends as a nothing burger, which I'm sure it will, the result effect brought on entirely by this commission will probably burn Ottawa to the ground. Figuratively speaking, and if what you mean is the institution, the trust on the institution, I think, is where the deterioration is happening here. And what I would love to see is that start being repaired. You can even start repairing it under this current government if there is some accountability. And, for example, if the House is pushing hard, someone like Larry Brock is pushing hard, people start resigning, certain figures start coming out as, not good for the position or whatever, we could start repairing this trust. So I believe what you're referring to is the institution and the trust in it, and I don't disagree, Darth. You want to comment on that one there, Azario?
Yeah, I think it does have the ability to restore some public faith in the system if you have some people like, as you mentioned, Larry Brock going after it. But I don't know if that's going to completely do it. I think that the current government's reputation has certainly been sullied, and perhaps to an irreparable state. Like, I honestly don't know if they can come back from this with all the scandal and everything that has happened over the term that the Liberals have been in power in Canada. It's just, one thing after another that keeps piling up. So when is it that, Canadians realize, or I should say the majority of Canadians realize that this government is figuratively up to no good, right? And this is just another example of their overreach and what their motivations are, which we don't even get a view into that, where this government was touted as being the most transparent government. That was their initiative from the get-go. So.
Looks like you spurred on some more people moving to Alberta here. We'll get to that in a bit. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, and I agree with what you're saying there, Rosario. And sometimes we do have to go through situations that aren't good in order to come out with something good. So even though we went through crappy EA invocation, if it does mean stronger, tighter, more narrow definitions, and it's clear, and then there is more accountability that comes out of it, so the government themselves has a lot more deterrence next time around, there will be some positives. We can always be thankful that nobody died, okay, and it didn't get worse, and the government didn't get the pictures and the headlines that they were looking for. So we can be happy with that. So Terry is quick to point out that this board, this panel has a lot of J in them. Maybe they've been watching our videos there, Terry. But civilian bodies involved, civilian oversight, but real civilian oversight. And not sure how that would look. Okay, I'm starting to envision it in my mind. Would it be, you know, you apply, you get nominated, you get selected? Like, how do you get involved? Is it something that's kind of, is it paid? Is it voluntary? Like the whole mechanism, I think, is something we can work on because it'll be worth it once we figure it out and get it right.
Yeah, if you had a mix of these panels or a representation with you, where you had maybe academics and some experts in the field, but then also intermingled with those would be, you know, just regular citizens. That would be, I think, very valuable because understanding, you know, and unpacking what maybe some of the academics or experts are bringing to the table and having that open dialogue back and forth would certainly flesh out a lot of those ideas that were being brought forward.
Absolutely. And I don't mind if it's a spectrum of ideology too. We want to hear from everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and nothing more powerful than watching somebody change their mind after they've reviewed and debated a bit. That's powerful. So we see a civilian who thought it was more of a occupation, but through discussion and debate realizes that it was not an occupation. It was a protest with overreach. That would be a powerful message.
Yeah.
So we don't even have those opportunities when we shut out the civilians on this. And then I also loved hearing that because it's the only real way to have oversight. So when they were talking about civilian oversight, 100%, I think this group completely agrees that it's the people who police the government, and make sure that everybody has more checks and balances. And we're not doing it for the purpose of destroying anything. Quite the opposite. We're doing it in order to add faith and trust back into the institution. And this is exactly how it always ran and should still continue to run. So recent deterioration that makes this required now. What does Dave think? I like that he's telling them that the commission is just a joke. All right, so Dave, what you were talking about at this point was that there's no teeth. There's no teeth. There's not even a bark. There's a report, and it's basically an optional recommendational report. So that's what you're referring to. And yeah, they were pointing it out by providing recommendations for going forward. Some of them might be to have more bite. And you saw it the same way there, Rosario, or you saw something else there that Dave was looking at?
No, I think that right now they don't really have any teeth. They can make recommendations, and those can be promptly ignored and shelved. But hopefully somebody looks at them and takes them with a grain of salt and says, hey, maybe there's some good ideas here. So.
And one thing that's new on this one, which they didn't have before, is groups like us who watch the public stream, all of it, and have plans to go through it all. That might be quite unique too, kind of like the streamers at the convoy was unique. Was something that kind of just happened. Even though they went public, even though they streamed it all, maybe they didn't consider that there will be groups like ours that get together and sleuth through it all, fine-tooth comb it, looking for that needle. And that might be a whole new dynamic to this whole public inquiry that they didn't even consider.
That's possible, and that's a good angle. I think if people are looking at this like 6 months down the road after the reports or the commission's final report is actually delivered, and it's we unpack that report and those recommendations, and then call to our MPs or MLAs and ask them, hey, what is it that you guys are doing and taking away from that report or those recommendations and implementing? What is it that your party's actually doing with that? And I think that is one way to try to drive some change. I think it's kind of the only way we've got change, and making noise about it on online spaces as well, saying, hey, these are the recommendations and the government hasn't done anything about it, we're, okay, government, why aren't you doing anything about this? Those other mechanisms that we've got too.
Yeah, yeah. And I think in addition to those, why are you not acting calls, if we also follow that up with, we did some research, we did some evidence, and we have the information, now we'll push them on pressing charges. That's also a louder message. So take action, and here you go on a silver platter. Here's the action we would like you to take. That might be a nice message to get ready for. And yeah, I wanted the distinction between the Citizens Inquiry Act and the Public Inquiries Act. So the new Citizens Inquiry Act, which is the one I'm calling for, is basically the Public Inquiries Act, except for citizen-funded, citizen-led, citizen-initiated. And it also has subpoena power, which the Public Inquiry Act does have, but it also has prosecution power, which means being able to levy the charge straight to the Crown, at least on the recommendation level, to lay the charge. So we don't have to go through our RCMP or any other police agency, that the commission that's created out of Citizens Inquiry itself would be able to have those powers. And then there's some other ones like secret. They would be able to go into in camera, top secret clearance, that kind of stuff would also be part of the act. Because that's something that we didn't see in this one. There was some limited in camera, and there was some limited discussion around the redaction stuff. But I think the next inquiry needs to have unlimited.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be public, and the commission or commissioners or commission council are the only ones that get to see it, and under sworn secrecy and stuff like that. I'm fine with that, as long as they're citizens and you know, they're governed by our Secrecy Act and stuff like that. Then I'm okay. But having us just accept Section 38 and 39 and irrelevant, that's where I think was a major change is needed for that one. We can't say that again.
Jay, I gotta jump off. I've got to jump
into
a meeting. So,
well, you want to say goodbye to everybody?
Yeah, no, thanks everyone for you know, the lots of time being spent on this, and the great camaraderie, great comments, love from the chat group here. You guys are amazing. I love you all, and you know, certainly want to come back and do some work with Jason here on, you know, further efforts, what that's going to look like. Well, I'm sure Jay's going to come up with some ideas, and you know, we may be doing something weekly or morning, as he was talking earlier. But you can be certain that I'm going to jump in here and there where I can, and you know, participate. So thanks for having me, Jay, and you keep up the good work, man. Love you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Azario. You're a star. We're really glad we found you, and we're definitely going to do more with you. Thank you so much, Azario. Now let's get back to paying those bills.
You got it. See you guys.
Bye. Take care. You guys all love Azario. We do too. And maybe he'll get us a red black jacket. Terry, so we're just about done here. We got a few more, about 20 more to go. Look how much civilian involvement we had at the POC. Yes, civilians who were there and affected, but what about civilian objective body? Like on the panels this week, none. The argument can be made that those are civilians, but the process for selecting them, it seemed very academic. Okay. And on the police side of things, it seemed to be people already in the industry. So there was no real good voice for civilian. And yeah, I would like to see, we may have like some sort of civilian review board where government and industry and advertise, like all types of people, when they want to hear from civilians, can pull from something along those lines, where we are ready to go. We can put on inquiries. We got, you know, mechanisms in place and guidance in place where we can actually review and do something. I'm all for it. Let's get more of that going. This is cool. He wants to force the government to respond to recommendations. That means today it is not there. So so just highlighting here that this recommendation was to add the requirement to respond to the suggestions, the recommendations. But that's also telling us right now there isn't one. So you don't have to respond. So there's no requirement on the current government to even respond. I suspect they will, but it's not going to be complete or to anybody's satisfaction, really. We can only hope that the Preston Manning initiative will transform into the Citizens Inquiry Act. Completely agree with that, and I think that's a great way for this to come flush itself out. Go do one on our own. You don't need government permission. We'll invite them, and we'll do it without all the powers that should be there. And if we can show a non-biased, good report, a good inquiry, works out well, it definitely could become the template for more, Terry. And this is also why I want to get involved, and thank you for getting involved. And everybody else, if you can get involved in National Citizens Inquiry from Preston Manning, do so, because if we do a great job on this one, this could really be an excellent step for democracy, and which could also be replicated around the world if other people find it valuable. And now at this point, I didn't like this guy for not for what he was saying, but because he was way over his head and had no clue what he was talking about. I know some of you thought a lot of them were that way, but this guy was extra bad. Extra bad. He rambled, got lost in his own thought because he didn't know where he was going and what he was talking about. He was just talking for the sake of talking, and he even admitted to it. He shouldn't have been there. This was a really bad panelist. And it became obvious the more he spoke, he shouldn't have been there. Hey, Darth. Most of the people here are in way over their head and using inadequate information. I agree. I agree. Even when we did the panel on infrastructure, okay, and then he got into cyber, blank looks on all of them. Anything more than attaching a file to an email, and they were done. Not a single technical expert there in the room. Maybe the document guy and the audio guys and those groups, far more technical in that room than anybody on the panel. That was embarrassing to see them all say, I don't know enough about cyber to comment. Should have had at least one tech guy there. I would have done it for free. I would have paid for my own flight. Darth, yeah, it's an inherent issue when you pull mainly from academic pools. So that we just saw a lot of professors, and they have their own little pools of, we want to make sure we sound smart, and I agree you sound smart. When you agree I sound smart, we all agree we sound smart, although they're saying nothing. Funny thing about lifetime academic, they have zero life experience and live vicariously through bots on water. You're not 100% wrong there, Darth, at all, and I kind of agree with some of that spirit there. I've met lots of academics, and I even challenged a couple because they really, really believe that their accomplishments and papers establish who they are. And look, I'm all for academia. I think that's a good starting point for ideas and research, but it's not the end. Okay, it's not the end at all. It's just part of the equation, part of the global knowledge and the national knowledge we have. But I didn't like seeing so many come from there. Should have been a mix. Oh yeah, this was a fun one. So he just let the cat out of the bag. He just gave up the MO for black flag events, because he said after each one of these events there's always new mechanisms created, and he's not wrong. Whether they're truthful events or not, whether they're black flag or not, whether they're natural or not, they always take advantage of the situation to power grab and to take some more liberties when it comes to what they call mechanisms. Sometimes it is us that does a reflection and we put in more restrictions on them. But for the most part, they're looking for a clearer path to the tools that they want. Okay? Because if they have a good understanding of what we would claim that we accept, they can exploit it and use it. Really worried about that whole push on economic emergency. I don't like that at all. Bingo, Jason, meow. So Darth is getting it. And exactly, Jay, push to the edge and see what people do. Jordan Peters speaks on this. 100%. They take advantage of every situation, whether they made it or not. That's a bad thing because that gives them the motive to go ahead and create them. The globalists locked us down. Most of us, Phyllis, for sure, had us all feared and scared, for sure. Do you think it will happen again a second time? Do you think we would believe them again? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And Padge, if you're listening, you left without leaving a drink behind. So I'm going to have to struggle through this last little bit, but that's okay. Team Padge, you take the boys, you go do that thing. Love you, babe. And I know you do listen, so love you. Darth, should also be everyone on board with the change to the Constitution. Correct. I believe it's very similar to the U.S., where the ratification of any amendments or changes requires, I think, full consensus, something like that. It's hard. It's a very hard process, and it's why it's meant that way on purpose, because it should be a high bar to change. It shouldn't be as easy as decrees. I know the current government would love to do that, but it's hard. It's hard. It's hard on purpose. Terry, the debate was great, and here's a link for anyone who wants to watch it. I recommend. So this is the one we did pop up with Azario. I'll be watching it. I'll probably have some lunch to it. Thanks, Ellen, all of you. And Ellen and Prairie and Eleanor and Railroad and Clay and Terry and John and Staggering. Like, I could keep going. There's so many of you. You are all the reason why this will be continuing in some fashion. I'll keep coming back because you keep coming back. And let's keep this going. We want to keep getting the truth out. So thank you all so much for your way you share and help make this happen. And that is the, yeah, government is only accountable at election argument. I reject that completely. They did talk about that here, how if the accountability on the government is that it's a political system. And what they're saying there is they'll be voted out. They're frankly flat out saying that. Which means they're also implying that we only have a say every election cycle. I completely reject that. I think the government should always, from day one to the very last day of power, always fear the people. They should always be in fear of the people, so that they do only what's in our best interest, because that's all we would truly accept, is things that are done in our best interest. This is why we have to keep them fearing us. It's also the reason why they have the government have us fear them. It's the same way for control and compliance. This is why we need to have the government fearing us all the time. Non-violent, of course, using the system, of course, using the institutions properly, of course. But they should always be afraid that we're going to call an inquiry, we're going to dig deeper, we're going to file the paperwork and expose. They should always be afraid of that. And that's what the mechanism of media is supposed to be in a democracy, is to give that oversight and fear. They've been bought off and they've been lying to us. Therefore, that entire process has been broken now by the current government. And this is why we now have to be more, I'm trying to find the right word, because I don't want to be calling anybody to anything, but we definitely have to be far more aware of where we stand and where our voices need to be heard. Okay. And more than ever before, because our media is failing us, we have to do it. And yeah, if we're yelling out into a big group and we're the only ones doing it, I'm glad we're still doing it. And if that means consequences later because we spoke up, that means we were doing the right thing all along. And I also don't like what she was saying here, attaching economics to rights. Okay, so the lady that was in the U.S. sitting in a chair with that red paint did not like what she was talking about here, because what she was talking about was attaching economics to rights. And that would be a step towards UBI, because what she's trying to establish there is economic rights as a human right. Okay, and I don't like that, only because we already have human rights around life and liberty, which means, if you're in a situation where your life is in jeopardy, that's one of your rights, and we will help you with that. So the picture she was painting there was people who have economic rights would be people that never starve or have no housing. That's kind of where she's headed with that, which would be UBI. We already do that. This is why I want to push against that. We don't need an economic human right. We already have the human right to live, which would also imply food, shelter, and otherwise, and safety and security. So we already have this covered. So any talk about creating more rights around economic is a step towards UBI, which is a step towards collapse of all economic systems. So if you actually look into how it works, it's a continuous inflation, and it's a bad idea, very bad idea. It's allowing the government to create a whole whack of money out of thin air just to collect it later, to spend it on programs that we can't afford, through the mechanism of providing it to everybody on a monthly basis, which creates inflation. It's for the purpose of destroying the economy. So any talk that heads in that direction is part of the push that I will push back on. And then I love this line, to hold some future government accountable. That's an admission that today this inquiry has no teeth and the current government won't be accountable. So one of the lessons that they're learning real time is, yeah, we have the Public Inquiries Act, and yeah, we had to do one, but they're meatless. They're no real bite. Unless, which is something they didn't consider and probably thought about, citizens do more about it, like us. So that will be the whole, oh, we didn't see that one coming moment, when they realized the citizens didn't drop the ball this time, and we continued on with the rest of the pursuing of charges and evidence and collecting this for the Crown. I do believe it will work. Yeah, but future government, not this one. You got a Prairie. It's also why the current 44th Parliament, as well as Larry Brock is doing, is also going to be minimal for accountability. Let's get Larry Brock and some other strong people into the next one to really make them accountable. Okay. Hey, John Budd, you came late, but I'm glad that you're here. We'll do Yacht Club later today. I'll keep you posted. Keep your eye on Twitter, on YouTube. You'll find that link later. I hope the next government in Canada invokes the Idiots Act and puts every one of these liberal bottom-feeding idiots in jail. Careful with that talk, though, John, because when we get into power, that's exactly what they're going to be saying about us. So as long as accountability and oversight is in place and we can hold everybody accountable, regardless of the current government, then we won't need an Idiots Act, right? We'll have that covered. Hey, Alan. Problem for Notley is that it's hard to claim Smith is un-Canadian when you want to say the Canadian flag symbolizes white supremacy and hate. Yeah, incredible. I don't like Notley at all. Okay, not at all. Seen some of the rhetoric. She's even spoken about going door to door for vaccinating. It's insane talk. She's clearly globalist. She's drank that Kool-Aid and she knows how to make it. Very dangerous person. I will get behind Danielle Smith with all my might. I will volunteer. I'll hit the road. I will talk about it. I will stream it. I will knock on doors. And if she asks, I will even help her even further in any way that she needs, because we absolutely need to stop Notley. No doubt. Alberta falls. Canada can be struggling. They will need Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec type of thing to stand up in order to be successful against this government. And discusses you. I'm saying it wrong. Me with her nonsense. Disgusts me with her nonsense. There you go, bud. 100%. I will donate. I will volunteer. I'll help Smith all the way. Come on down, Azario. Get in the Black Hall next February, April. Back Hall next February, April. Come on down. And it doesn't look like he's alone. CW2 with the poppy on the hat. Gosh, I love your hat. My daughter and hubby are looking into moving close to Calgary. If they leave Ontario, I'm going with them. I love Alberta. You know what, CW? Alberta will love you too. Come on down. And no matter where you end up, we'll be happy that you're here. The Railroad's very happy already. And here we go. So we're now onto the live chat. We have no snakes and other yucky stuff here in northern Alberta. Helps put up with the cold. Hey, Railroad, did you know that Alberta has no rats? Did you know that? Did you guys know that? Alberta is one of the only places, or if not the only places, that don't have rats. Rats. So one of those, yeah, well, here we go. Why Alberta is the world's only rat-free place with humans. Did you know that? We have some natural defense. There's a video on it. Let me pull it up for you. Here we go. Yep. Check it out. If you didn't know that, check out this video. I didn't know that either. It was just kind of one of those stats that we found. But because of the mountains in the west, and they didn't make their way across the prairies, rats, and then we've been proactive at stopping them at the border, we don't have rats. Just so you know. Okay? The rodent or, bad people. There's no rats here. Figuratively, indeed. Oh, you're awesome, Darth. We can only hope, Jason. Trying our best there, buddy. Darth, we're trying our best. And Barbara loves Larry Brock. He's a pit bull. He's a pit bull. I want to see more. I like what he's saying. I'm getting excited too. I'm glad I've met him, and we're going to be able to keep an eye on him. but he is party in a minority. So let's see how far he goes with it. Okay, but I'm very excited. Very excited. Indeed, thanks for discussing. Happy to, Darth. Point being, yes, the ordinary citizens were ignored largely. You got it, buddy. Thanks for your comments too. And that's the burden of Ottawa. To be clear, was the level of trust and of course, that's what I read out of it, Darth, and I believe that's what you meant too. Is the institutional trust is burning down for sure, because it is. I've subbed to your channel, so I'll keep up. Thank you all, Chad and Jason. I received quite an education watching this with you off and on for the last 7 weeks. Much love. Right on, right back to you, CW. Please come back anytime. We will be doing stuff, and it's always about politics, education, accountability, and independence plight to Ottawa. All that stuff is what we'll be covering. So if that's got tweaks your interest a bit there, I enjoy the sub. Cheers, CW. And all of you as well, if you haven't subbed already, please go ahead and do so. That's how you'll get notified. Most of the stuff will come out on YouTube, and then some of it I'll tweet about. So go ahead and make sure you stay subbed. Live streams of the convoy is the only evidence that the people are in power. And I think, piggybacking on that a bit, Darth, using streams and going through the evidence as well is another new thing that we can keep doing. I'd love to see other people do it so we can collaborate with them as well, because the more people doing this, the better. So if you're listening to this or watching this and you got the idea of maybe streaming and going through it yourself as well, please do. We can collab. We can not collab. You can do it on your own, whatever. The more that we have this happening, the better for Canada. Darth, they certainly helped with a factual record of events. Absolutely, because that whole Yahtzee flags, plural, the entire time, that narrative would have worked far more. But so many people went to check it out for themselves and know the truth now, and they recorded it too. And by the way, Mr. Champ's video showing the noise for about 10 minutes didn't show a single flag. So his own evidence didn't show the hate flags that they kept talking about, because there were none. While mainstream media sat in their office hiding from the truth. Yeah, they were using the government wire the entire time, right? Government telling them the narrative. Darth says there's no evidence from the government or CTV that can ever be trusted again after this. Maybe, Darth. I think two things will happen. If these two things happen, then you'll gain your trust back in CBC, CTV, and all those. Number one, government funding off. I know it would hurt, and I know CBC would have to do layoffs, and I understand CTV and et cetera would have to do that, but no more government funding. Okay, that's number one. Number two, open market. The best will survive. So if your business is built on truth, honesty, integrity, transparency, Canadians want that. This is why they're here right now watching my stream. They're not here because I'm a good-looking guy and I'm super funny or charming. They're here because they're trying to find the truth. So the market exists if you peddled truth, not your false truth or your narratives, but you were truly out there peddling their truth, the audience comes right back to you. We want to be able to trust our media. I know I do. I want to be able to consume and absorb the information truthfully. It's a lot less work. But if you're in the market for truth and you want truth, we got to do our own heavy lifting. So to the media companies out there, stop taking the government money so you don't feel compelled to keep their narratives going, and then go and peddle truth. Get back into the business of truth, and you will do just fine. There's a huge market for truth. So take it. And if you don't, we will. Very cool, Ellen. Thanks a lot for reaching out to CW. And they have 100% lost my faith and trust forever. I'm just one person. Yeah, keep an open mind, no, Darth. I'm glad that you're here looking at the media here, and you're hanging out and consuming your media this way. But maybe if we get our way in the future, we defund them, and then the market takes over and they get back to truth. We would like to see that, right? Thanks for hosting and allowing so much truth education to move forward. Weechi, I'm really glad to see you again. Make sure you're subscribed too. We're going to keep it going. This is not going to stop. And if I do get into office, this is exactly how I'll be spending a lot of my time. It will be streaming it live. And if I have to be the first one and only one that's doing everything live, streaming it live, and we figure out how we can do the national security versus public. But if we can figure it out, then everybody can start doing it. Just accept. You nailed it, Jason. Aw. Thank you, Darth. I'm very happy that you guys liked it. And we'll just keep doing it. I think the more we do this, the more comfortable I get, the more information's coming to me. I can sift through it. I definitely need somebody to help me out. And it might be you, Railroad. Help me out on staying up to date on happening and trending events and stuff like that. I can consume information. Sometimes the whole act of finding it too is a bottleneck as well. So I love you all that send me links and stuff like that. Thanks to Azario as well, for sure. Thank you, Darth, for recognizing how hard he helped us out. And for sure, Railroaded, it was a definite team, and you're a major part of that team, Railroaded. Ellen, your support and your comments have been stellar. So I'm glad that you always keep coming back. Look at all that love right there. I most appreciate the time you have put into this, Jay and Azario. Our pleasure, our pleasure. I was a spectator, but not anymore. And the fact that you guys, do want to check it out, I'm happy to keep doing it. Prairie, especially you, one day, hopefully I'll meet you in Manitoba, and I'll get some farmer's sausage, Mennonite farmer sausage, and we'll have it like 5 different ways. We'll have a farmer sausage buffet, okay, Prairie? Thanks, Azario. You're awesome, buddy. Thanks, Clay. You're awesome too, bud. I see you at Pope. How fitting is that? I just lost power, and I am now on my phone. And there we go. Okay, we just lost power. I'm on my phone. So how fitting is that? So let me just show you guys my studio. There's a little goodbye. There's my studio. Power's coming back up right now as we speak. But that's where I did it all. Okay. And this is the trailer. Kind of cold and stuff, but it did the job. But why don't you come join me as I go deal with the power one last time? Well, actually, I'm going to have to sign off because it's going to be super loud for you. But what I'll do is I'll thank you all again. How appropriate. We lost power. We lost internet. We're on LTE on the phone now. Luckily, we're able to get this message out to you. So to everybody out there, go have some lunch. Enjoy your afternoon. And catch me tonight on the Yellowhead Yacht Club. John, Terry, Barbara, Clay, Railroad, everybody. I love you all. You guys have been great. And I'm not sure how I'm going to end this live stream here, but I'm going to try and figure it out. You guys take care. Thank you all very much. God bless.